Yo, what's up? What's up? How you guys doing? Hope you guys doing well as always. Just gonna let the chat roll in. What's up, Jose? What's up, Ringo? Hope you guys enjoyed my last upload. You know, one thing I like about break weeks when it comes to One Piece, since I predominantly do content on it, one, it gives me time to just read other stuff, which I like doing. Two, also allows me to stream midweek. You know, midweek, I actually wouldn't mind streaming more. The only problem is midweek is when spoilers come out, and I know some of you read it, some of you don't really want to be engaging in it. But maybe, I don't know, maybe if most of you actually do read One Piece spoilers, I would actually, maybe I would do specific streams for it. Who knows? But there's kind of no point. I might as well wait until the end of the chapter. I'm more informed before I give you premature takes on things or whatever, just to catch a hype, you know? I don't really think it's worth it, if I'm being honest. I know there's like some One Piece content creators that cover spoilers, you know, just kind of like squeeze all the juice out of the lemon from that chapter in that week, but I don't even do chapter reviews in the first place, aside from like the odd stream every week where I can communicate what I felt. So that is kind of what I want to do here. I'm trying to be more structured. I want to be more structured in my streams from now on, because I feel like, and I'll be honest with you, right, normally what I do is I just press live and I just start yapping. I just start yapping. I've already got things in my mind and I bounce off what you guys are saying in the chat. I'll be so honest. But on a rare occasion, I actually bullet pointed things I wanted to speak about. There's things I actually didn't want to speak about. I didn't speak about the last chapter as well, 1167. I didn't speak about that. So there's some things I want to cover from there and things I want to cover from the current chapter, and also some other things that I've been seeing on the timeline as well, on Twitter and other like platforms that I use as well. Ringo in the chat says, so Ryuma been alive 400 years ago is just from external source. Yeah, so I know some people, like in my comments and in the past, every time I would bring that up. So yeah, basically, so in my last video I covered strongest in every era. I just broke down like each of the major eras that's worth talking about for the most part so far. It's kind of like a 2-part, 3-part series. I haven't really made up my mind on it yet, but in the Ryuma section, essentially his time period is not really specified as a number within the manga or SBS. They just say several centuries ago in the manga. But in One Piece magazine 5 or 6, I don't even know if I can check. I don't know if I actually put that in my video though. It might have been something I wanted to double check before I put it in the edit, but then I forgot to. I can tell you right now, actually. 1 second. I can tell you right now. I believe it's magazine 5, because that was around the time Wano was coming out. Let me see. Well, magazine 6. It might have been magazine 6 actually. One Piece magazine 6. Let me see. Yeah, it was One Piece magazine 6. So One Piece magazine 6, it essentially has like basically like basically characters from the Wano arc sketches that Oda's done, some handwritten notes from Oda, and essentially in a section that covers Ryuma, it basically details his now you're not late, Kyle. It basically details his a bit about his character, and it says that he was around 400 years ago. Now, to be fair, I know some people put into question like the validity of One Piece magazines. Normally in my videos, I kind of like, as you guys probably can tell, generally I just try to come across as informative as possible. I give you guys all the information. Whether you guys agree with me in the end or don't, it's totally fine. We can always disagree on things, but I try to be as informative as possible. That's the current information. I know some people think that like Ryuma was around in the Void Century. They draw these parallels between Luffy and Joy Boy and Ryuma and Zoro, and maybe Ryuma was Joy Boy's partner maybe back in the day, things of that nature. Like, I've seen those ideas being floated about, but I'm not really like convinced of the Void Century thing. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not really convinced. Another one reason being, aside from what the magazine says, it's actually in Thriller Bark. If I double check Ryuma's intro, let me check. I know it's in like the 460s, but let me just double check when its debut was. Cool. So Ryuma debuted chapter. These guys are annoying. They put the flipping real life Ryuma. I want the chapter 450. There we go. Chapter 450. So the only reason why I find the Void Century thing a little bit weird is that Ryuma is kind of a legend that people know today. The Void Century is supposed to be a blank period in history that, unless you're from specific countries that preserve parts of their history dating back that far, the outside world wouldn't really know what happened during that century. And I can double check, but yeah, so basically Hogback basically as Warrior's like the scientist or whatever, I think at least, he basically knew a bit about Ryuma. So he was saying that he's from the Wano country, and that he was aware of like the legend long ago where he cut down a dragon, a flying dragon, and he's a legendary samurai or whatever. And that being something that people know in general just makes it a little bit questionable to me whether he's actually somebody like that was from the Void Century, if you kind of catch my drift. I think even Brooke was aware of him as well. Obviously they fought in the past, but yeah, it's just something that I don't know. I'm not really convinced that Ryuma was from the Void Century, if I'm being completely honest. Another thing as well about One Piece magazines is that essentially the point of them when they first came out, I believe it was in 2017, they revealed it in a Jump Festa at that time, and essentially the point of it is supposed to give like like trivia on One Piece as a series, you know, like behind the scenes content of whether it comes from, you know, the anime producers, directors, some of the voice actors, maybe some of the editors. They'll give their piece on some of the things throughout the series in general. And Oda actually uses it as a medium sometimes to reveal certain information, whether it be devil fruit designs, the details of certain devil fruits, or just general lore about the series in general. So you kind of have to be careful when you do use them. I always kind of double check, or I'm quite thorough with the parts of the magazine that I want to use, because it will tell you usually in like the contents or like the opening paragraph of particular sections that you want to cover, whether it's like meant to be general information for you to accept as true, or things that the editorial team have put in as just a fun exercise. They put in as just fans that they want to give their opinions on. So a common one that you'll see is One Piece magazine 14 that talks about rivals in the story, and it was literally a group from the editorial team that just kind of like had a fun exercise where they came up with random rivalries between people. So like Chopper and Marco, they're rivals as doctors. They're not actually rivals within the story, but they just put them together as two doctors, prominent doctors within the story, and you know, just gave their opinions and a little bit of details about them as characters in general, about their obviously their experience in medicine, things of that nature. There's like Zoro and Cavendish, two swordsmen prominent in Dressrosa arc. Mihawk and Shanks, which is a prominent one in general, that kind of goes without saying. But so obviously I'm quite careful with what I use from it, whether it's supposed to be like actual information that we're supposed to take as fans, or information, or not even information, but kind of just like fun exercises the editorial team might have just done themselves. So you have to be kind of careful with it. But long story short, I just think that the Ryuma thing, in terms of like his lore of being like the strongest at that time, it doesn't really make sense if that was true, if he existed in the Void Century. It's just not something that I'm that convinced on. But that's the thing with information that comes from supplementary material. Oda always has the leeway and the flexibility to kind of make things different within the manga without making it some crazy retcon, because you don't really need to take that as like, you know, holy grail per se, you know. Let me see chat. Let me see. Appreciate that, Cal, for the you cooked on the new video. Appreciate that. W video, thank you, Torim. But yeah. Ringo in the chat says, pretty sure he was Protector Wano before the borders, so during the Void Century. Yeah, so like his law was supposed to be basically he's like protecting the country from like invaders, whether it be pirates or wild nobles in general. And yeah, that's pretty much what his law is. He's like an undefeated swordsman as well, died of an illness, things of that nature. Whitebeard stronger than Harold? Yeah, we can speak about that in a bit. Kyle says, I've been telling folks Harold been active with the war government during the time Whitebeard was in his prime, but they keep saying, but what about immortality? Yeah, I think Harold versus Whitebeard is a bit of a nuanced conversation, if I'm being completely honest. Kind of depends how you view Harold, but I can get into that. Reign Supreme in the chat says, I subscribe to Raima being the world's strongest man of his time, so the Joy Boy thing never made sense to me. Yeah, I'm kind of that opinion as well. Alright, cool. First thing on the agenda I wanted to speak about, so I kind of do want to go over what I missed from the previous chapter, so 1167. So 1167, the narrator, so this is like 33 or 5 years after the God Valley incident, so 33 years ago. The narrator like details that the pirates that went on their separate ways went on to reach their prime. So for those that were doubting it, with Kaido and Big Mom's case, it was pretty obvious that they weren't in their prime. What's up, Wallace? Yeah, it was pretty obvious that Kaido and Big Mom weren't in their prime, but people thought that like Roger was in his prime during God Valley, Whitebeard maybe, and yeah, I mean, here's another thing. So in Volume 1000, which was the magazine that came out alongside Film Z, essentially like in the character designs that Oda was doing for that movie, he basically did a section for Zephyr, which actually in my heart of hearts, I actually do think he's supposed to be a canon character. It's just not really confirmed. But there's like a section detailing his past, and it basically says that when Zephyr was 41, which was 36 years ago of the current time, Roger and Whitebeard were in their prime. So that seems to be consistent with what Oda is writing in his actual manga. It also says specifically that they grew into their prime within the next decade or two. Now, I actually did check the Japanese, because in the TCB translation, it basically says that they grew into their prime and became defining faces of their era within the next decade or so. So they made it a bit more vague, and I checked the actual phrasing of it, and I would say that's probably a more in line with what the phrase is actually trying to say. So essentially the phrase is basically, I can actually pull it up because I wrote this down somewhere. Let me check. Yeah, so the actual phrase basically means a dozen plus years, 10 odd years, more than 10 years but not reaching 20. It's a bit of like a vague term, but essentially it just refers to like a vague range between 10 to 19 years. So it kind of like implies that it's a long stretch, at minimum 10 years, right? And the reason why I bring this up is because a big like debate at the time was of the Oden flashback was Oden versus Kaido, and whether Kaido was in his prime. And people used to tell me that like, oh, but Oden told Kaido to get stronger, things of that nature. And I used to get quite a bit of pushback for it, even though I was saying that like Kaido still had his reputation of being invincible at that time. You know, when he got cut down by Oden, or like he got scarred by Oden, like his men is saying, what, the invincible Kaido's getting wounded. Kaido's implying in the current day that like Oden can replicate the same scarring feat, and people used to say that I'm like crazy for saying that Kaido was in his prime at that time. But yeah, this kind of confirms that he was in his prime by the time that he fought Oden. By the time he fought Oden was about 10 odd years after this narrator statement in 1167, where he reached his prime. So yeah, like Kaido, Oden, they were the same age. I've seen various different interpretations, but honestly, those interpretations kind of can see the dustbin at this point. Kaido was in his prime. People need to get over it. I know people sometimes say, oh, we didn't see Kaido's future sight, hybrid form, drunken style. But the way I see it usually is that whenever characters perform feats in flashbacks before they've actually like shown their true power within the main current day story, it's probably just because Oda is reserving it for when Luffy or whoever has to fight them. That's really and truly all it is. So Oda wanted Kaido's abilities to be more fleshed out when Kaido actually fought Luffy rather than Oden, just so that he doesn't kind of like spoil the anticipation for it. And the way that he tried to pull that off by having his cake and eat it too was by using the old hag, having someone that looked like Momonosuke as hostage, so that Oden is kind of like caught off guard, not as strong as he normally would be, so he can get taken out in a unconventional way. You know? So honestly, that cope about, oh, Kaido was in his prime, honestly, needs to stop. Genuinely, it kind of needs to stop. The guy was in his prime. Oden scarred him that way. They were clearly supposed to be portrayed as like rivals in strength. Someone Oden, like Kaido, respected. He's not in the shadows for no reason. He's not a representation of Luffy's potential for no reason. You know. So yeah, even though Oden conversations isn't really as prominent anymore, whenever they do come up, it's pretty clear at this point the guy was in his prime. Like, I don't know how else to say it at this point. Let's see. Wallace in the chat says Roger and Garp definitely in their primes, just not peaks. I guess it depends on how you're defining each of them. Like, I wouldn't, as long as you acknowledge that Roger and Garp weren't at their strongest when they fought Rocks, then ultimately we agree, and ultimately that's what's being presented as well. Because even after like God Valley, that's when like Garp's fights with Chinchou took place, and the way, even if you don't want to use supplementary material at all, in the manga itself, it kind of presents it as if Garp and Chinchou had multiple fights, and the one that we saw in the manga was the final one, and Garp had to actually like prepare and like train in order to like crush his head in like one strike the way he did. Big shout out to Emperor Beast Kaido with the super chat. He says the only thing that matters is that Kaido himself acknowledged the fact that Oden could fight him. Yeah, 100%. Well, 100%. Like, Kaido's not gonna say that there's only a scant few that can fight me. Have Oden in that conversation, in that like short list of people that can truly fight him, and they're not at least on the same level. Like, all the people that represented Luffy's potential in those shadows were people that either Kaido rivaled or were stronger than him. It's not gonna be like, Oda's not gonna have Oden there if he's like a tier or two below him. Like, he's just rivaling a weaker version of Kaido. It doesn't even make any sense. Another thing as well, I don't know why my chat box not popping up. Why is it not popping up? Oh, there we go. Cool. Another thing I liked about this page as well is that people can kind of like stop the cope about Roger, man. Honestly, people can stop the cope about Roger being Pirate King and why that means he's the strongest. Honestly, like, people can stop the cope on it. Just to quote it verbatim, okay? Meanwhile, the pirates who scattered to the winds after God Valley would grow in power over the next decade or two until they reached their primes and became faces of their era. All the while, as the pirates around them focused on claiming territory, one crew achieved the seemingly impossible and succeeded in circumnavigating the globe. The crew led by the king of the pirates, Gold Roger, when he was captured, sometime later publicly executed. How many times does Roger have to say it? The world have to say it? I have to say it. For people to understand that Roger becoming Pirate King is due to that feat. That pretty much nobody in his era was even looking to do. How many times? I'm not saying that to discredit him. I'm only saying that because people have kind of tried to like redefine the term that never meant what they said it meant. Roger's path to becoming Pirate King will not be the same as Luffy's path. It will not be the same hurdles. It will not be the same thing. That era, like from the little that we know about that era before the Great Pirate Era, right? So Roger's time when Whitebeard Shiki, Big Mom was coming up, Kaido was coming up. That era was just battles. Like, they were just fighting over territory. They're fighting over territory, fighting over just general supremacy on the sea. They just want to be the biggest power within the New World. Essentially what the Yonko kind of did later on represent. The Emperors essentially represented big powerful pirates with huge militaries that dominated land and claimed territory within the New World. That's essentially what they were, but they were kind of a bit more free roaming. A little bit more free roaming. They weren't really kind of like boxed in within that one island. Whitebeard wasn't really boxed in with one island. He was kind of sailing around. We kind of saw it in Odin's journey. Seeing different places. Roger was kind of sailing around. His whole thing was finding out new adventures. That was his whole thing. Wherever there's a new adventure, he's there. The guy followed the log pose until the end of the Grand Line, found a poneglyph that told him that's not the end of the world. And then there's one more island left. That was his whole thing. He wanted to do what no other pirate did. The first man to get to Laftel in 800 years. That was the impossible feat. So, before, in an era where the poneglyphs weren't claimed by other pirates that knew its value, he kind of, relatively speaking, had a smooth sail to the end goal. Whereas now in the current era, the poneglyphs are in the hands of the Yonko. That's why Luffy has to go up against them directly in order to get to Pirate King. It's just a little bit different. Oh. Unknown in the chat says, Zage, do you think that Emu made Harold stronger or just gave him immortality? I think he made him stronger as well. I think it's both. Emu pretty much says it's both anyway. He says, like, essentially in order, like, okay, Emu grants immortality and power, and in exchange, they essentially like sell their souls to Emu, and they do Emu's bidding. That's essentially what the Depths Covenant is supposed to be. It's a simple concept, prime being your best stretch of years and peak just being the best of that time span. I hear what you're saying, Wallace, but like you're kind of like explaining it in like sports terms, you know? I feel like in One Piece and in most like battle shonen in general, prime and peak is pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing. Like I would say your prime is essentially the stretch of years that you've maintained your peak strength. So Roger reached his prime after God Valley. Whitebeard reached his prime after God Valley, or as in they reached their peaks after God Valley, and they sustained that peak level of strength for however many years. For Whitebeard, Sengoku, in Garp's case, they lived into their old age, so they had an extended prime, but eventually it tapered off due to old age. Roger just died of a sickness, so he kind of like died within his prime, but that's a little bit different. Kaido, Big Mom, they reached their primes, they reached their peaks, maintained their peak strength up until when they got defeated. That's kind of how I would define it personally. Cool. So that's kind of like the God Valley Pirates reaching their prime thing out of the way. The next part of the agenda was supposed to be... It's actually going to be Shanks and Shamrock. So this kind of leads into what Unknown was saying about the Depths Covenant a little bit. But essentially in the previous chapter, Garland introduces Shanks to Harold. He introduces Shanks to Harold, and this is what Garland says. So Garland says that, you know, Shanks has been through the gauntlet of the lower world, but if entered into a Depths Covenant, he'll be an instant boost, likely on the level of Shamrock. So this was kind of like the first time before the current chapter they kind of implied that the Depths Covenant would boost someone's strength. It also kind of gave us a bit about Shamrock as well. So from Garland's perspective, if Shanks got into or entered a Depths Covenant with Emu, he would grow stronger, get the immortality, the power boost from Emu, and reach Shamrock's level of strength. That's kind of what he's implying from his perspective. Now, whether you want to take Garland's assumption or like his assessment at face value is another thing entirely. But I would say that the assumptions that just because they're twins they have the same potential is a little bit premature. I think in One Piece there isn't really a direct example that sets a precedent like this, from like to kind of give us an understanding of what Oda's intent would be. But throughout other series and stuff like that, like for example in JJK you have Maki and Mei, they just don't have the same potential. They're twins, but they don't have the same potential. Other twins in fiction, I don't know, you guys could probably think of some on the top of your head, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will have the exact same potential. But I would say for now, at face value, it does seem as though Shanks at 24 years old was not on Shamrock's level of strength. You could interpret it another way where you can say that maybe like the boost that Garland is talking about will essentially give the Celestial Dragons a level of value on par with Shamrock, as in Shamrock would become, or as in Shanks would become someone of value to the Celestial Dragons, just like Shamrock, in terms of like the missions that Holy Knights, you know, take. But even then, the missions that Holy Knights would take probably has to do with their strength anyway. Like, they would have to be strong enough to carry them out. I'm not saying that 24-year-old Shanks is probably unable to do that anyway. Especially if this is a time in which he was already fighting Mihawk. So, we don't really know when their duel started. Personally, my opinion is that Shanks and Mihawk were dueling over time. So, I don't think it was one duel. And even like the actual phrase that Whitebeard says is the days of their duels. So, I think it was over an extended period of time that they were fighting. And as they fought, they both got stronger as they fought. So, I don't even think Shanks at that time is incapable of doing the things that, like, Holy Knights would be tasked of doing anyway, if I'm being completely honest. But, at least for now, there's nothing really wrong with saying that Shamrock at the time was stronger than Shanks, if I'm being completely honest. Nothing really wrong with it. Street saying that the last Covenant Garden made him a category victim to Prime God. I can't lie, Garland kind of looks bro, Garland looks bad, man. I'll be real, like, however strong Garland looks like in the current day, bro, that Abyss Covenant must be something crazy, man. Honestly, and I don't think it's just the Depths Covenant, or sorry, not the Depths Covenant, but the Abyss Covenant that's so crazy. I think what the Gorosei do get are devil fruits. They do get like mythical zones or these like very powerful fruits from Emu. I don't even know where he's getting it from, but he basically gives these fruits out to his elders. Essentially, the ranks within the Celestial Dragons is the lowest being a devoted blade of God, which is the lowest level. You have a Knight of God, which is the next tier up. And then the highest, which is the Gorosei, they have the titles of Warriors of God, or Warriors of God, basically. God's Warriors. So now that Garland's become a Warrior of God, he's probably got even better immortality, maybe a bigger physical buff, and on top of that, devil fruit as well. Because I'll be honest, as he is right now, I don't think he's that crazy. I'll be honest. Another thing that gives me a little bit of skepticism in terms of like Shanks and Shamrock's potential being the same is if they've both reached their potential and Shanks has lost his arm as well, and they're not on the same level, like Shanks is still a good bit stronger than him, then it kind of just like, you know what I mean? It kind of just debunks the notion that their potentials were the same. Unless you want to assume that maybe Shamrock didn't really live up to his potential, or Shanks, even with a physical nerf of losing an arm, still progressed further. I don't know. You would have to make up some weird assumptions to kind of give Shamrock a little bit of favor. But depending on what he does, I mean, for now, he kind of looks pretty good in terms of what he could end up showing. But yeah, I'd say it's a bit up in the air. But at least at this time, it's not crazy to say that Shamrock as a Holy Knight was stronger than 24-year-old Shanks. It's not that crazy to say. Does Mihawk know about Shamrock? Probably not. Well, actually, I don't know, because it seems as though the Holy Knights are known figures to some people. Like Fisher Tiger, when he went up to the Holy Land to do his raid, he clearly seemed to be aware of the Holy Knights. So maybe it's like a CP0 type of thing, where CP0 are meant to be like an exclusive secret type of body within Cypherpol, similar to CP9, but some people might know of them, but it's not like common knowledge. Also, without knowing Mihawk's origins, it's kind of going to be hard to really say how much he even knows, I'll be honest. Like, if that guy is if Mihawk actually was a celestial dragon all along, some people theorize like he's part of the Nerona family, somewhat related to Emu because of their eyes or whatever, then I guess he would have some knowledge, but it's not really clear. Arturian says that Superior tried to gas Garland as some type of cold villain minus Code Valley. Did he say that? Did SIQ say that? I don't know. I didn't see. But all I've seen from him is that all I've seen him is slandering Garland. I didn't even know he had that opinion, honestly. Red Dolphin says, I don't think it's weird as a weird assumption to say that Shanks fulfilled more of his potential compared to Shamrock since he had his legendary duels with Mihawk. Yeah, but then it's also the fact that like Shanks lost an arm. Like Shanks losing an arm is supposed to be it's a sacrifice. He lost his arm for Luffy and his future. It's a physical nerf. Like Shanks would be better off with 2 arms. So if Shanks can't even maximize his full potential because of the loss of an arm at like a developing stage of his career, then Shamrock even being below that is saying something. Do you think the Gorosei should be stronger than Holy Knight, excluding an outlier like Harold? Yeah, I think generally, organizations that are like older rights, higher ranked people are generally stronger than their lower ranks. I think the only exception really is Shamrock. I think Shamrock could just be a Gorosei level guy, just as a Holy Knight. I wouldn't have given that same grace to Garland. As you guys all know, I did not give that same grace to Garland before he got promoted. But Shamrock, I think I can give him that grace. I think he definitely could be a Gorosei level guy, 100%. I'd say he's an outlier as well, like Harold. Kyle says Shamrock ain't above Shanks. I said it due to Mihawk. Deadass is waiting for a swordsman better than Shanks. Yeah, I don't think Shamrock will be stronger than Shanks or will be shown to be stronger than Shanks anyway in the current day. I don't see that as a possibility in my honest opinion. For that very reason. I think Shanks being the rival to the strongest swordsman is supposed to give some portrayal to Shanks that, like, compared to other swordsmen, active ones currently, yeah, he's just gonna be stronger than them. Even if it is like a hidden character, like on a rare occasion, maybe, I don't know. I don't even know who could even be hidden to Shanks at this point. Like, he knows everybody. He knows the Gorosei. He's met with them. Even though some people think it's Shamrock, but I do think that was Shanks that met the Gorosei. Yeah, he was a holy knight, or like he was a devoted knight, devoted blade. Sorry, he's seen the holy knights. He's seen Garland. Yeah, I don't think there's another swordsman stronger than Shanks currently. Also, another thing about the outliers to like the Gorosei thing is also Saturn. Saturn is so ass that Shamrock being Gorosei level is like almost just a fact, pretty much. That guy, that Saturn, he really lowered the bar. He really lowered the bar on like how strong it takes for you to be a warrior god. Honestly, honestly. Cool. I do want to segue to another thing regarding Shanks, and that's kind of his role in the story, why he was on God Valley, things of that nature. His timeline is starting to shape up pretty well. And funnily enough, like I don't want to toot my horn too, like my own horn too hard, but at the same time, man, like, let me pull up Shanks's timeline, right? Shanks timeline. So most people nowadays, they're kind of like under the impression that the only reason why Shanks was there in Marijawa is to essentially gather intel on the forces of the Celestial Dragons, try find the Nika fruit, essentially. That's why he went to Elbath, that's why he stole it from Who's Who. Maybe we'll see him after this break week, by the end of the Harold flashback, the Loki flashback. We know that Shanks wanted to warn Harold about something. So yeah, I was actually alluding to this, like not specifically like Nika fruit or whatever, but a lot of those points that people are trying to bring up now, okay, like Shanks' last conversation with Roger said something to him that made him cry or whatever. Bro, I was kind of ahead of the curve on this, man. I made a video about this like 2 years ago. I'll play parts of it. But I was already having a feeling that like Shanks' change of direction to not going after the One Piece was because of what Roger said. And yeah, Jupiter's the worm guy. Yeah. It was because of what Roger said. So here's Shanks' timeline. Okay, so cool. So the Roger Pirates disbanded 25 years ago. Roger dies 24 years ago. Shanks meets Yasop 22 years ago. So he's formed the Red Hat Pirates already. On the day of Roger's execution is when he tells Buggy about how he's not going after One Piece. He's changed his direction. Film Red, I'll skip that. And 15 years ago is when he becomes a devoted blade of God. So between 22 to 15 years ago, in that 7-year window, is when he came across Blackbeard, and Blackbeard scarred him. 14 years ago, which is the current time of the flashback, is when Shanks talks to Gabon and we see a scar. And then a year later, Shanks gets a Nika fruit. So let me actually pull up what I was saying at the time. I'll be honest, my video is unlisted, but I I can get it. I remember when this chapter dropped, just for some context, right? So, at that time, when that chapter dropped, people were calling Shanks a fraud because he ducked Kaido and Big Mom and only took the poneglyph and only went after the One Piece when Kaido and Big Mom were defeated. And he took the poneglyph from a much weaker target. That's what people were calling him a fraud for, right? And I guess at the time, people weren't really being forward thinking enough. Didn't really deep it. And, you know, I put my thinking cap on. And I was like, look, there has to be a specific reason as to why Shanks is only going after One Piece at that particular time. There has to be a specific reason for it. And when he pulled up to Wano, the first thing he was doing, or one of the first things he was doing, was he looked at the newspaper, he saw Luffy's bounty, he saw him in his Nika form, and he smiled. And he thought back to the time when he stole the Nika fruit from Who's Who. So that chapter was the chapter where Buggy was going on his whole thing about dreams or whatever. And we get that little flashback to Roger's execution. And he's saying to Shanks that, you know, he thought more of him. As in he had high expectations for him. And thought that he would be the one to like walk in Roger's footsteps. So at that same time as well, people were calling Milk a fraud because in that chapter, Milk didn't want to go after, like, the Yonko. He didn't want to, like, you know... The guy wanted a peaceful life. He doesn't want to go after One Piece. Crocodile and Mihawk were just saying, you know, like, we're just going to create this pirate empire that essentially just acts as a deterrence against the world government. Meanwhile, you're here trying to pick fights. Trying to suggest to pick fights with the emperors. So this is a video I unlisted. I'll get to the part where I'm talking about Shanks. But here's basically what I was saying at the time, right? Let me put it on like playback speed. A little bit quicker. Oh yes. At least to me, felt a little strange because for the majority of the story, he's been portrayed as... Whoa. Has actually been something less. Now I'm going to start things off with Shanks because this conversation surrounding him has actually been something that was sparked up and brought up when he first pulled up at the end of the Wano arc and declared his objective in finding the One Piece. This declaration from Shanks, at least to me, felt a little strange because for the majority of the story, he's been portrayed as more of an onlooker on the seas rather than someone that's out for world conquest and trying to conquer the seas itself. This was something that was first mentioned by one of the Gorosei members when they found out that Shanks was planning to meet Whitebeard, in which they said that Shanks isn't the type of guy to go after world conquest. It's also stated in the Road to Laugh Tale booklet that Shanks makes quiet moves in order to maintain the balance of the world. We've seen this on many occasions, like when he went to Whitebeard to try to get Ace to stop going after Blackbeard because he knew it was too early for Ace to fight Blackbeard, he knew how strong Blackbeard was, and he knew the result of Blackbeard winning that fight was going to be. Another being when he stops Kaido from trying to kill Whitebeard as Whitebeard went to attack the Marines. Another being when Shanks went to meet the Gorosei to talk about a certain pirate. These are the type of moves that Shanks has been mainly making. On top of the fact that Shanks tells Whitebeard that he sacrificed his arm for the New Age, essentially for Luffy, believing that he was the guy that was going to be the one to surpass Roger, all of this just makes his declaration to find the One Piece all the more strange. In chapter 1082, we get an extended flashback of Buggy and Shanks at Loketown after Roger's execution, in which Buggy parted ways from Shanks, and the main reason why he did that and he didn't join Shanks is because Shanks said that he wasn't going after One Piece anymore, at least not at the moment. Now, we can't be sure why Shanks kind of altered his ambitions at that time in Loketown, but in my opinion, maybe it has something to do with what Roger said on the day that he disbanded the Roger Pirates. Now, we don't know what was said, but according to Odin in his journal, he writes down that Shanks asked Roger a question and then he burst into tears. Now, maybe it was something that was said then that made him think that he should go another way in his journey. It should also be noted that when Roger was talking to Rayleigh about who will achieve what he couldn't, he said that someone will be born that will surpass them. So obviously this rules out Shanks, and is why Roger didn't think Shanks could do what he couldn't, and rather his own son, Ace, would be the one to do it. So maybe the reason why Shanks actually changed his dream and his objective is because he was told the same thing that was told to Rayleigh, and it became Shanks' role to
find that person that Roger was talking about and guide them. At the time, it was believed to be Ace, but when Shanks went to Fuchsia Village, met the kid named Luffy, and Luffy was saying the same words as Roger and had the same true dream as Roger, Shanks knew that Luffy was the one to bet the new era on. So if what I'm saying about Shanks is true, why is it that after 24 years, Shanks took this moment to go after the One Piece? This is where the slanderous agenda-driven narratives will come in, because some will say that Shanks has been ducking Kaido and Big Mom this entire time. The seas are easier now. Heck, one of the 4 emperors is Buggy the Clown, an unserious selection of 4 emperors. Shanks couldn't get through Kaido and Big Mom, real serious emperors, and to be honest with you, I could understand if you believe that with Kaido, but with Big Mom, yeah, nah, Shanks is handling her for sure. In all seriousness though, the real reason
I don't know why I stuck in a bit of Big Mom hating there. It is true though, I'll be real, it is true. I don't think Shanks is ducking no Big Mom. Yo, Shanks is not fearing Big Mom in the slightest, bro. If Shanks really wanted to topple her forces, bro, he could have done that in he could have done that swiftly, bro. I can't lie, man. He could have done that swiftly, but
Shanks is probably declaring to go after One Piece now and not before is because Luffy has finally become a great pirate. The very thing that Shanks told Luffy to become in order to return the Straw Hat back to him. Luffy has become a Yonko and he defeated the Yonko with the highest bounty. Shanks' declaration is a lot more manipulative than people would like to believe. I don't believe for a second, not for a second, that Shanks is going after One Piece truly and honestly. I think in his heart of hearts, he knows he's not the one. That's why he sacrificed his arm for Luffy. That in his childish dream long ago, he wanted to be the one that Luffy is going to be. But he knows that he ain't him. I mean, he is him, but in this context, he's not him. So to wrap up this part about Shanks.
So essentially, and I can't lie, I still hold this opinion. I hold the opinion personally that Shanks's role is essentially just supposed to be a guide. He's essentially a guide for Luffy and his dream, pretty much. That's what he is, right? He's basically meant to be the litmus test for Luffy. Is he going to be the one that Roger was waiting for? And because he's privy to something that most people aren't, right? And originally was going to pass that fruit to Ace, and it accidentally, by a stroke of fate, ended up with Luffy. Ultimately, I think that Shanks' role is to be that final test for Luffy as someone that is he actually the one that Roger was waiting for? He knows all this information. He was told something in his youth. He changed his direction as a pirate. He's no longer going after One Piece. This little boy that was saying what Roger was saying, same true dream as Roger, things of that nature. And I feel like because of, not only because of how strong Shanks is, but because of his general role, his role is supposed to be someone that can be the final test for Luffy. Like a true test. Okay, you beat Kaido. You become a great emperor. Cool, you've passed that promise. But are you truly the one that's going to be the one that Roger was waiting for? That's going to surpass the Roger Pirates. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, if genuinely what if his intentions on in Marijawa were like that was the reason, then I feel like currently is going in that direction. Like it's going in the direction of Shanks, collecting trying to find where the Nika fruit is, get his hands on the Nika fruit, find that person, whether it had been Ace or someone else, and then ultimately, when Luffy has matured and has been nurtured and has grown into a great pirate as he promised in chapter 1, okay, cool, now I'll go after One Piece, not as a real competitor to become Pirate King, but as kind of like a test for Luffy. If that's Shanks' role, shouldn't he be stronger than Kaido? Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. I mean, I think Kaido and Shanks kind of have like a similar role as to what I'm saying. Because what Kaido represented outside of his own like specific narrative, right? Like he had his own narrative, his own character arc going on. But as Kaido represented in that the grand scheme of things in terms of Luffy's development, he essentially stood as, you know, the one that was renowned as the strongest at the time. People considered him the strongest, and he was the cause for the return of Joy Boy. Essentially, the return of Joy Boy is supposed to mark a new dawn for the world that the last 800 years was waiting for. You see what I'm saying? So Kaido and Shanks have similar roles in that sense. Kaido essentially ushered in the birth and the return of Joy Boy. Shanks is essentially reinforcing what Kaido's defeat represented, essentially. Okay, cool, you beat Kaido, you have that fruit, you've awakened it, you've become Nika, you've become Joy Boy. I know this. I can see from your picture, cool, that's kind of what I was expecting. But at the same time, I'm going to double check it. Type of thing. So you could interpret it as maybe like a narrative role for Shanks to be stronger than Kaido, or you can say they have similar roles in reinforcing Joy Boy's return. And maybe if Shanks and Luffy do fight, or I feel like the comparison probably will be against Blackbeard anyway, even if they don't. But essentially, Luffy will be doing something that Shanks couldn't, which is take down Blackbeard anyway. So it kind of depends. But yeah, that role for Shanks, yeah, I still do believe that. And I would say that his pursuit over the Nika fruit, if that's genuinely why he was at Marijoa, why he's at Elbath, if that was the reason, then it's kind of reinforcing what I kind of already thought about Shanks's role as someone that was kind of waiting for who Roger was waiting for to actually come, so that he can kind of be the witness, the test for if that Joy Boy is genuine, if that's actually what the legend is suggesting, if Luffy is what the legend suggests. Cool, but that's pretty much all I had to say when it came to Shanks. Let me see what you guys in the chat saying. He tried telling us that Shanks only visited the Holy Land once just to find out bro was a citizen up there. Yeah. Are you talking about the Shamrock shit? People think Shamrock went up to meet the Gorosei. I don't know. I don't agree with that at all. Big Mom hate and downplay is not justified. I can't lie. I was hating, but I wasn't downplaying. You could say I was hating, but I was definitely not downplaying. Shanks literally called Luffy a sapling and Dade. What? He had ways to go, guy didn't make sense. Bro, there's like 3 typos in there, bro. Eli, I personally don't have Rock's top 1 all time. If all time, if you meant by like Joy Boy, Emu, those guys included, then no. If you mean within like the Pirates, like within the last 50 years, then yeah, I would have Rock's top 1 in the last 50 years. Outside of like potentially like Holy Knight Harold. Wait, Matt, what is your name on Discord? I don't even, do you even have the same? I don't feel like I've ever seen you in Discord, if I'm being honest. Cool, we can get into the Harold stuff. That wasn't really on my agenda, I'll be honest, but I can't lie, I didn't want to speak about him anyway, so why not? Cool. Holy Knight Harold, right? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Cool. Cool, so here's the debate. Here's the debate. This site hasn't updated to the Viz yet. Oh well. Cool, so my last video was strongest in each era. And obviously in that video for Rox's era, I can give you the order in that time. Like top 3 or like definitive top 2. Actually, I can't even say, yeah, I can say definitive actually. I can say definitive top 2 in Rox's era was Emu and Rox. That's pretty clear. But excluding Emu, it would be Rox and Harold. Rox and Harold, right? They kind of seem to be like just pretty close in strength. They fought to a stalemate. That's how it appears on face value, right? So I feel like there's a couple of ways that you can interpret things, or there's a couple of interpretations I have. I'm not saying one is more valid than the other per se, but I would say all these are like valid interpretations in my opinion. Okay, so the issue with Rock or Harold, I'd say the issue with Harold and his Holy Knight amp that he got, right, is that he got this amp 14 years ago. Okay, 14 years ago, with this amp, as Emu said, those that enter into a deep sea covenant or a depths covenant would gain immortality and power. But it comes at the cost of total obedience. Okay, Harold not only has regen abilities, but also gained more power, more strength, right? Beforehand, he was already someone that could fight rocks. So with more power from Emu and also regen, it should just put him naturally above that class of characters. At face value, that seems perfectly reasonable. The problem is that this came at a time in which Whitebeard was still renowned as the strongest in the world. So Whitebeard was in his prime 14 years ago. As far as we know, Whitebeard did not decline at this time. He declined, the earliest we know that he declined in strength was maybe like when Ace became a Whitebeard pirate 5-6 years ago. So 4 or 5 years before the pre-time skip is when maybe Whitebeard started declining. maybe as, I would say as early as maybe 8 years ago. 8 years ago, but there's nothing definitive. We don't really know. Okay. So, because Whitebeard has his title as the world's strongest man, there's two ways that you can look at it. Well, there's a couple of ways. There's several ways you can look at it, right? Either you can say, okay, Harold was stronger than Whitebeard at that time. He's stronger than Prime Whitebeard, and only because Harold didn't really like demonstrate his strength to the world, he wasn't really recognized as the strongest. He didn't really like dethrone Whitebeard's position at all. He wasn't really doing his activities that he was doing as a devoted blade of God. He wasn't like hunting pirates and things of that nature. Because he didn't really demonstrate his new strength, he didn't really get the chance to dethrone Whitebeard as the new strongest. And because it was for a brief amount of time that Harold even had this power, because he literally died not even that long after gaining his new power anyway. Literally as soon as he got back from Elbaf. So he becomes a holy knight. He gets more power from Emu. He sails back to Elbaf, and as soon as he makes the abyss mark in Elbaf, Emu commands him, and then like to do something he doesn't want to do, and then Harold is asking for Loki and Hyrden to come, chains him to get him chained up, so he literally dies like not that long after he got this power. So Harold could just be an exception. I think I'm perfectly fine with that, by the way. I'm perfectly fine with that interpretation. That interpretation, I don't really have a problem with it. Harold having like a unconventional power up that made him stronger than Whitebeard for a brief amount of time before he ultimately died anyway. It doesn't really contradict Whitebeard's general narrative in that era anyway. Another way that you can look at it, and I kind of alluded to this in my last video, but Harold might not have been like a knight equal of Rox in the first place. I'll be completely honest. He might not have been. And the reason why I say that is because, as I kind of explained in my last video, Harold and Rox's fight is a little bit more nuanced than people want to give it credit for. So, essentially, Harold gets tasked by the Gorosei to kill Rox. Rox still wants to recruit Harold. Harold feels like it's in the best interest of Elbaf and his country's future to kill Rox so that he can get a place as a member nation of the world government. Out of his own mouth said that he wavered on it at first. He literally says to Rox that, believe me, I wavered on this, but then resolved himself because he ultimately decided that killing Rox, even though he's a friend, is for the greater good of his country, and as a king, he decided to take that sacrifice. He felt like that was okay. Rox, on the other hand, is trying to change Harold's mind. He's trying to change his mind. So here you have let me take away the chat box. Here you have Rox saying that, is it so important that you would kill your own friend to make it happen? You're just falling in line. They're using you. Don't you realize it? So he's trying to change his mind about it. Rox is saying, don't you see, this is their answer. They only see your kind as a military force to be harnessed. He's trying to change Harold's mind and his decision to work with the world government at the expense of killing his friend. Harold, even though he knows that like the celestial dragons, they're kind of like not trustworthy people, at least he says out of his own mouth, no matter how foolish and impetuous the celestial dragons may be, they have the power to usher Elbaf into the circle of the world. So Harold is a lot more determined as a king, which he later on says, I'm a king, I can't risk my people's lives on the losing battle of a villain like you. Rox is trying his hardest to change his mind. Now, these guys are two top tiers, that's like without a doubt. But just because they ultimately couldn't see eye to eye, Rox just puts his hands up and says, alright, cool. I'm not going to invite you to my crew again. Them not seeing eye to eye and ending their fight unresolved doesn't necessarily mean that they were nigh equals, like it looks like on face value. They don't really have a fight to the death with each other. If anything, it was Harold that was the only one trying to kill Rox, and Rox is just defending himself, trying to change Harold's mind. So if anything, Rox might not have been going all out, and even if he is going all out, he's more so trying to change Harold's mind, and the nature of the fight in of itself was a fight that didn't really accurately represent how their full powers would genuinely compare. So it's a little bit more nuanced. I don't know. Like, he's just at face value. If I look at it, okay, cool. They one overpowers one power overpowers the other comes back and overpowers one of them. It went back and forth. It ended unresolved. It was like a draw, I guess, if you want to like call it as such. But the nature of its fight in of itself, it might just not mean much at all, to be honest. Aside from knowing that Harold is someone very, very strong, and he can actually fight someone like a Rox. Even when Kaido suggested to Rox to just trump Harold with his own strength, just crush him with your own strength, he basically was like, no, I'm not going to do that. He's a friend. So let me go to that chapter. It might have been this one. Maybe it was literally, yeah, right here. Right here, you have Kaido explaining what he wants to do. He says that he needs Harold's power to awaken the Galila shipwrights, the ancient giant shipwrights. Kaido says, can't he just surpass them with sheer strength? Same thing for Harold, just crush him and make him obey you. And then Rox rejects it, says, don't you ever say that to me again. Harold's my pal. If anything, he's more okay with getting rid of Kaido, killing him first before he would kill Harold. So if we know this is how Rox sees Harold, he's trying to change his mind. He doesn't want to force him to join Rox and to help him with his ambition. Then when they actually got to scrapping, if anything, Rox probably was not as determined in that fight to overpower and win like Harold was. Harold is actually more determined to win because Elbaf's future is in the balance. So I say that to say that if Harold just genuinely wasn't a true rival to Rox in the first place, then it doesn't really make Harold's future power up into becoming a Holy Knight that inconsistent with Whitebeard. Now, it could just be the case that due to becoming a Holy Knight, getting immortality and getting that extra power from Emu, it just put Harold on Whitebeard's level. Whitebeard Rox's level. So that's interpretation B. Also, we know that like Conqueror's Haki some way, somehow can counter the regen. We already saw Rox do that with Garland anyway. He's able to slow down his regeneration. So Whitebeard, who uses advanced Conqueror's Haki, could fight him, could beat him anyway. So that's interpretation B. Big shout out to Emperor Beast Kaido with another super chat. He says, I don't know if I agree because it's clear that Harold didn't actually want to kill Rox, but was forced to, sorry. I think this was clear when he cried at Rox's death, someone he considered a friend. But he kind of, okay, I'll get to that. Actually, I can get to that right now. I can address that right now, actually. Okay, so we can look at right after. God, I think this is right after. Okay, cool. So this is when Rox died. Cool. So yeah, right here. Cool. So he sees one of the giants like terrorizing one of the human countries, wherever. He beats them up. So this was his big speech. All of you scum with size as your only quality are the ones who built the giant's history of terror, and because of you no one believes us. They don't believe that we seek a peaceful seat among the nations of the world. And that was why I couldn't help him. My greatest friend begged me for help and I turned my back on him. I left him there to die. Now I cannot turn back from this path. I refuse to overlook the evil of the giants. So the context here is when Rox asked Harold for help. It wasn't necessarily that he rejected the idea of killing Rox. In this specific context, he was more so referring to that conversation on the ship. He refused to help him, and that led to one of his friends dying. He doesn't want that sacrifice to go to waste because his ambition was to help Elbaf see a better future. So this was something that he already compartmentalized already. He considered Rox a friend. He doesn't want to do it, but he knows he kind of has to do it at that time, at least, because that will be for the betterment of Elbaf. So he was willing to take that sacrifice. That's why I'm saying, that's why I emphasized at the beginning, Harold saying that he wavered on it. He wavered on the idea of killing a friend, but ultimately felt like that's what he had to do in order for his people to see a better future. Now, honestly, even if you don't agree with that interpretation, that's totally fine, right? The main point of me even bringing that up, and you can keep that interpretation, if you think that Harold wasn't really trying to kill Rox and he wasn't really going all out himself, then Rox doesn't want to kill a friend, Harold doesn't want to kill a friend, their fight entered a stalemate. How does that actually represent them as equals? How? Because if the nuance of their fight is two friends fighting against each other and they don't want to actually kill each other, yet they're forced to over separate circumstances, then why does that portray them as equals? It already puts a bit more nuance in the fight anyway. You see what I'm saying? If Rox doesn't want to actually kill Harold, he sees him as a friend, he doesn't want to actually force him to obey him, He doesn't want to force Harold to obey him. And Harold got tasked by the Gorosei to kill Rox. But even though he said that he wavered on it, he's not really, in his heart of hearts, doesn't really want to do it. Then that fight resulting as them seeing, like, not seeing eye to eye and going on their separate ways, why does that now present them as definitive equals? Why can't that just be the nature of this specific fight, where them not seeing eye to eye is just due to these specific circumstances, and it's not a genuine, accurate representation of how they would compare in an actual fight where they're both seriously trying to kill the other? You see what I'm saying? Like, the nuance makes it a little bit more less straightforward. Zage just cap that just because Whitebeard had Conquerors means that he can beat Rox past past through immortality, considering it took both Roger and Garp together to get past Rox immortality, because he also had insane haki. I'm not talking about Rox. I was talking about Harold. I'm not. I don't even think Harold and Rox had the same power up, if I'm being honest. I don't think Holy Knight Harold and Zebek are as strong as each other. I didn't mean that. I meant Harold. That Whitebeard would still have a means of damaging Holy Knight Harold. That's what I meant. So, I know that was a little bit long, but that's basically what interpretation B would be. Interpretation C, and to be honest, I kind of feel like this is the most, the least likely of them all, is Rox's law of being Roger's strongest enemy. If Rox's law of being Roger's strongest enemy is simply because of Domi Reversi, then Rox doesn't really have an argument to scale above Whitebeard and Roger in their primes. He doesn't really have that argument. All we know for sure is that he was stronger than Roger, Garp, Whitebeard during God Valley. But if this is the version of Zebek that had the law of Roger's strongest enemy, then he doesn't just upscale from Whitebeard, who was Roger's enemy. So if he doesn't get that upscale, and Harold is just a knight equal to a Rox that doesn't really have direct scaling to Roger's prime and Whitebeard's prime and Garp's prime, then him getting a power up afterwards doesn't really mean he's stronger than Whitebeard at all. If anything, Whitebeard having the title of the world's strongest man during Harold's prime, before the Holy Knight amp, would just be more stock for Whitebeard, Roger and Garp just surpassing Rox after God Valley. So, to kind of summarize, these are the three interpretations of Harold, right? I think either any one of these interpretations I wouldn't be mad at, personally. And that's why I feel like, you know, with more information, like a Vivid card or something like that, can kind of smooth out the scaling a little bit. But as of now, these three interpretations, I wouldn't really be mad if someone had it. It just depends on how you're... Personally, to be honest with you, in most of these conversations, I don't really care about the conclusion. It's about how you get to that conclusion. if the reasoning is consistent with the present material, then I don't really have a problem with the conclusion, even if I may disagree personally, right? So, just to summarize, these are the three interpretations. First interpretation, Harold and Rox, they fought. At face value, seem nigh equals. Rox, his law is being Roger's strongest enemy. Rox would be above Whitebeard in his prime. At the bare minimum, Rox Harold would be on the tier of strength of a prime Roger, prime Whitebeard, prime Garp, etc. As a result, Harold getting a power up, becoming a Holy Knight, would make him stronger than Whitebeard in his prime, who had the title of the world's strongest man. But due to Harold dying shortly after getting that power up, he didn't establish himself with his newfound strength the same way he was establishing his strength as a devoted blade of God, for Harold to essentially trump Whitebeard and take his position as the world's strongest man at that time. So because Harold's power-up was short-lived and he didn't display it to the world, Whitebeard kept his title and his reputation because Harold's new strength wasn't known to anyone but the select few of the world government. That's interpretation A. Interpretation B, Harold and Rox had a very nuanced fight. At face value, they seem nigh equals, but due to the circumstances and the nature of their fight and their personal conflictions and motivations, Harold not wanting to trump Harold just by using his strength to enforce him to obey, and Harold arguably wavering on the decision to kill a friend and then resolving himself to do that for the betterment of his people, essentially makes that a fight in which two people that don't see eye to eye resulted in a stalemate simply due to the circumstances and isn't actually a genuine accurate representation of how their full powers would compare. Another layer to that would be, if you want to be a bit more charitable to Harold, I wouldn't even say charitable, but just another interpretation, that you feel like Harold said he wavered on it but still didn't really and truly want to kill Rox in that fight, then it would be two people that are suppressed in a fight, one being Harold that's trying to kill Rox even though he doesn't really want to for the betterment of Elbath, and another being Rox who doesn't want to kill his friend but is trying to change his mind. Two people that aren't going all out end a fight not seeing eye to eye, and it being unresolved doesn't necessarily represent what their full powers would compare. In that case, Harold doesn't necessarily have a concrete argument to be on par with a Rox that had that established law that we just covered in interpretation A, and therefore his power up from becoming a Holy Knight wouldn't directly contradict Whitebeard's title of being the world's strongest man. That's interpretation B. Interpretation C, Rox's law of being Roger's strongest enemy is simply due to Domi Reversi, and therefore Rox and Harold more than likely were surpassed by Roger, Garp and Whitebeard after God Valley anyway, since Whitebeard was the world's strongest man in Roger's era while Harold was around. So even if Harold got a power up, he would still be below the likes of Roger and Whitebeard in terms of strength, but now has maybe reached their tier. Those are the three interpretations. You guys can roll with any one of them if you want, but I would say for now, interpretation A is the least offensive one. Interpretation B is probably something I would debate with. Interpretation C, I don't really agree with that, I'll be completely honest. Unless I get like a statement in like a video card or something that says, or like that references Domiro versus Rocks, and it says, you know, that's Roger's strongest enemy. I'm not, I don't know, I'm not really sold on it, if I'm being honest. But hey, those are the three interpretations. Wallace says, if Harold doesn't do the same thing Rox did, Whitebeard alone can end him. I agree that Rox's buff is better, but Harold is still getting a crazy buff, especially if we are assuming that the plant nigga in Elbaf, it's like the plant nigga in Elbaf. What? Who's the plant nigga in Elbaf? Regen is still Regen. The only reason why I don't think that Harold has the same power-up as Zebek, and I don't even think they're as strong as each other with their respective power-ups, is because allegedly, according to Loki, he said that he damaged the Holy Knight. That's what he said. And if that Holy Knight that he was referring to was Harold, someone like Loki being able to damage Harold, it just kind of gives better stop for Rox, who Garp and Roger together couldn't damage unless they used their literal maximum haki. So just off that alone, I'm not convinced. And this is a version of Loki that's like 10 years younger. Oh, the plant guy being Sommers. Oh, okay. Sommers, yeah, with his sword. And I've never heard him be referred to as a plant nigga, bro. I'll be real. So yeah, if Roger at his prime is a 100, what is God Valley Roger? I'll be so honest, I have no clue, man. God Valley Roger and Garp is so weird. Like the God Valley variants are so weird. It's so weird to talk about. And the reason why it's weird is because of Garp and Chinchao. Their fights make it weird, man. Because essentially what happened... Okay. To summarize Garp and Chinchao's battles, essentially, after God Valley, right, Garp and Chinchao had multiple fights with each other, right? It was like a contest between hardest head and strongest fist, okay? In their several battles and encounters they had with each other, one couldn't outwin the other. So in a similar clash that we saw in like that flashback in Dressrosa, I'm imagining they would clash and it would just end in a stalemate. One couldn't really overpower the other, dent the other person's famed weapon. 8 years after God Valley, so 30 years ago from the present story, Garp and Chinchao had their final fight. Garp says, "Today is the day I'll finally smash your head." He said that he trained by smashing 8 mountains to prepare for this day. That's what he said. Okay, I'm guessing the reason why he chose mountains to do that is because like a mountain top is similar to Chinchao's head, so he's actually kind of replicating what he would end up doing. Right? He does that, and now he's able to one-shot Chinchao. Or not one-shot him, but essentially is able to dent his head, which he otherwise couldn't, in one hit. It was like a brief power struggle. Garp won the battle. Now, even if you think that Chinchao and Garp were only using armament haki, because we don't even know if Chinchao has Conqueror's Coating, right? Even if you think Garp and Chinchao, they only contested over their armament haki, that is still a very big gap. or at the very least, it's like a sizable growth for Garp. People can discredit the Chin Chow fight as much as they want. They can do it until the moon turns blue. Beating Chin Chow in that way is literally how Garp became known as the Fist. Garp was not known as the Fist. No one called him as such. Garp was not known as the Fist until he dented Chin Chow's head. That's literally where his epithet comes from. His epithet literally comes from denting Chin Chow's head. So, knowing that to be true, like, Garp and Roger were probably a little further from their primes. Or like, at least a tier or two from their primes. They were not that close to it, if I'm being completely honest. I don't think they were. So if Prime Roger was a 100, maybe God Valley Roger was like a 80 or something, I don't know. Eli says that wouldn't make sense considering Domi Reversi wasn't a concept yet, so surely it would be the latter interpretations. I kind of like half agree with you, like, but at the same time, who knows? Like, chapter 957 obviously came out way before this. Who knows if Oda had Domi Reversi rocks in his mind already. And it definitely was presented as just like regular rocks, having that being known as Roger's strongest enemy. But that's why I'm kind of like throwing that out there. I'm not saying I really believe in it. I don't actually agree with that interpretation. Like, I would actually need like something like blatantly stated for me to be sold on that interpretation. Like, I don't agree with it. So I would say the first two interpretations I gave are a lot more likely than the third one, but I wouldn't rule it out completely. I just need something more concrete to really believe it to be true. Reign Supreme says, when Sengoku says that Rocks was Roger's first enemy, what do you think that means? I think he was like his first like main rival. That's what I think it means. Yeah, Loki could be gassed to be in the top tier. That's fine. Like, I actually agree with that. Like, I think Loki is looking to be a top tier anyway. But Loki being able to damage Harold when God Valley, Roger, and Garp together couldn't damage a Domi Reversi Zebek. Like, unless you think Loki is stronger than those two guys or whatever, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, clearly Harold is not as strong as Domi Reversi Zebek. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same buff. And potentially, they weren't even the same in their base. Potentially. I don't know. Like, Loki being able to damage Harold before having Ragnar, before growing over the next 10 years, before his fight with Shanks, so on and so forth. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on Loki being able to outperform God Valley, Roger, and Garp. I don't agree with it. Unknown says, how much stronger did Chin Chao get when he regained his drill in Dressrosa? He didn't get that much stronger, to be honest. Basically, like, from what I recall, before his drill returned to him, he was kind of like fighting Luffy on like even ground, and then Luffy pulls out that gear third and then beats Chin Chao, regrows his head, and then Chin Chao gets beat up by like Lao Ji. I don't know if there was like any further context to that fight. I think it was kind of straight up like Lao Ji kind of got his prime strength and then started beating him up, and then Donsai was able to overpower Chin Chao. Chin Chao, another a thing to remember about Chin Chao is that not only did he grow weaker because he was old, he was also sick as well. He was both old and sick, so he declined a lot. Like, of all the major like legendary old guys from that generation, he had the sharpest decline. Kind of nasty. Yeah, that's what Raym is saying. Chin Chao, yeah, he said that his alignment started flaring up. Yeah, his illness started bothering him even more towards the end of Dressrosa, which is why like Lao Ji was able to do what he did. Donsai was able to beat him at the end. So yeah, that Chin Chao shit is a fucking gimmick because none of you are putting that prime Chin Chao anywhere. I mean, I don't know, like, throw me a character. I'll tell you if he's stronger or weaker, I guess. I think Chin Chao is definitely supposed to be like at the very least, like a pseudo top tier. Maybe like I don't know, but like, don't ask me Chin Chao or Green Bull. Especially Chin Chao, bro, like Chin Chao's lore, he definitely has Conqueror's Cone, without a doubt. Without a doubt, Chin Chao has Conqueror's Cone. There's no way he doesn't. If he doesn't, then he is a bum, yeah, but then I'll just say that it was just a battle between the and Haki, and God's and Haki just grew a lot. No, I don't think Dressrosa Joe Chin Chao is relative to Gear 4. No way. No chance. No chance. Maybe stronger than Gear 3rd, maybe, but no chance. Is Chin Chao stronger than Old Gaban to you? No. Actually, wait. I was thinking about Old Chin Chao. What the? Prime Chin Chao, Old Gaban. That's actually a good question. That's a good question. Damn. He might be, you know? No, I think he might be. Chin Chao could be stronger than Old Gaban. I don't think that's that crazy, actually, now that I think about it. Like, Chin Chao's lore needs to be respected, honestly. Let me... Was it this chapter or was it the next one? It's one of these chapters. I think it was. Actually, it's... Jincha takes a punch from Luffy, gets right back up. Not bad. Luffy says you won't get the best of me. Jincha says you are nothing but children, drunk of the infamy of your worst generation mantle. But you're incapable of crossing that sea, the one that we fought so valiantly. With Whitebeard's passing, the next era will be woefully unworthy of the challenge. You are incapable of crossing that sea, the one that we fought so valiantly. That is what Chincha was doing, bro. This guy was actually out there, bro. He was out there. He was actually out there, genuinely scrapping with these guys, bro. Like... Yeah, I don't... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Oda had advanced conquest fleshed out as well, so... I think Chinchao's lore, he definitely is someone that has advanced conquest haki. Especially if the bar is someone like a Yamato. Like, no disrespect to her, but like, Yamato is like a Gear 2 rival at best. You know? A Gear 2 and 3 Luffy rival at best. And she's strong enough to have advanced conquerors. Yeah, there's no way that Chinchao doesn't have advanced conquerors. It would be a travesty if he didn't. It wouldn't even make any sense. Honestly. It literally wouldn't even make any sense. Like, how can Garp become famous for beating someone like this guy? If he's a sub Yamato level guy. It doesn't make any sense. In his prime as well. It doesn't make any sense. Or maybe Garp just warmed up and crushed Chinchao. See, like, I know, okay, to be fair, I'm guilty of this as well. I've said that in the past in other videos. And I'll be honest, I didn't even actually mean it as like a warm-up. But, I was just kind of saying it loosely, but the Viz doesn't actually translate that line all the way accurately. Garp actually says he trained. Like, if you check like other translations, like fan translations at the time or whatever, and I've done my due diligence as well, but in the Viz it just says, I use 8 mountains as sandbags, pulverize them to dust, just so I can snap that head of yours today. But more accurately, what Chinchao said, or what Garp said, sorry, he said, I've been training pulverizing about 8 mountains as a substitute for a punching bag or for a sandbag. That's what he said. So, hey Chinchao, today I'm going to finally smash your head. I've been training pulverizing about 8 mountains as a substitute for a punching bag. That's more accurately what he said. Yeah, the warm up thing, it kind of is cope. I kind of agree. It is cope, I'll be real. Bro, Wallace, let's stop the cap, man. Chinchao doesn't even have a devil fruit. How can... Bro, there will not be a character that has no devil fruit, no advanced conqueror's haki, and is stronger than someone with advanced conqueror's haki. It will not happen. It will not happen. The moment that happens, I'll delete my channel. Clip me. It will not happen. What the hell? And don't tell me about Shiki or something. Actually, Shiki has a fruit. Yeah, Garp was your saving grace before. That's what people used to say. Garp, he didn't have conqueror's haki. People didn't even say it was a Roger rival in the first place. Maybe they would say it was stronger than Yamato, but that was cope in the first place. It doesn't make any sense. It literally makes no sense that someone with no devil fruit only uses unment and observation haki can be stronger than someone with all 3 types of haki at the advanced level. Makes no sense. Yeah, Sanji's a bit different. Sanji basically has a devil fruit. I'm sorry. Nah, you're not doing that with Sanji, man. You're not doing that with Sanji. Sanji basically has a devil fruit. I'm sorry, that guy is an augment. Okay, you know what? Let me reword it. There will not be someone that has. There will not be someone that has, without a devil fruit, without advanced conqueror's haki, without any technological advancement, that will be stronger than someone with advanced conqueror's haki. It will not happen. Seraphim included. Like, Seraphim are technological enhanced beings. I'm not counting that. I'm sorry. Shanks without advanced conqueror's haki, Yamato, who wins? I don't know. I haven't seen Shanks without using conqueror's haki. Also, I don't think that counts either. I don't think that, because Shanks has advanced conqueror's haki. I'm saying someone that doesn't have advanced conqueror's haki at all. Maybe Shanks is that strong in terms of haki, in terms of his armament, that he could be stronger than someone like a Yamato. That's fair enough, but it's not really what I'm saying. Bro, it doesn't count because Shanks has advanced conqueror's haki. Why do I count that? That doesn't count. That's not what we're talking about. Can Luffy in Gear 5 without using conqueror's haki beat someone? Actually, no, but he has a devil fruit. I don't know. I don't even know another example. It's such a weird example of Mihawk without using conqueror's haki. Come on, man. Like, it doesn't count. Well, okay, let me put it to you this way, right? Unless there is an example of someone without advanced conqueror's haki, only uses the basic 2 types, maybe both are at advanced level, that's fair enough. They don't have a devil fruit, they're not technologically enhanced. If they're stronger than someone like a Yamato, fair enough. If there's an example of that, fair enough. I don't think that Chin Chao is an example of that. I don't think he's an example of that. Shoot me, I don't care. I don't care, man. I don't subscribe to that. Yeah, the Seraphim have devil fruits anyway. Yeah, they don't count. There we go. Thank you. Sanji has a devil fruit, bro. I don't care, bro. I'm considering the German enhancements as fucking devil fruits. Yeah, Mihawk without conquerors probably could beat Yamato. Yeah, probably he would. Probably would. I don't care. I'll still say what I'm saying. I don't care. Fuck. Oh, yeah, I can't lie. EOS Killer might come to the rescue, low key. He might come to the rescue. Fair enough. Fair play. Fair play. EOS Killer might. Actually, am I gonna be nasty? I don't know. Killer is a smile user though, so he did eat a devil fruit. Until I see an example of it, I'm not saying that. I'll be real. I'll say it as a possibility. It's a possibility, but I'm not taking that as fact. Wallace, I don't care. You're not convincing me. It's not happening. Until I see that shit, I'm not taking that as fact. You can take that as fact if you want. Regardless, this is besides the point. I don't think Chin Chao is an example of that. Telling me that Chin Chao was on these seas competing with these guys. Garp was for years couldn't dent this guy's head. And nigga didn't have advanced conquerors. I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear it. Alright, cool. cool. If you think that Chin Chao can still be stronger than advanced Conquest Haki users without having advanced Conquest Haki himself, then you have no problem with what I'm saying anyway. The statements are still consistent to you. That's fine. He can be a fucking God Valley Garp rival. I don't care. Fair enough. Have at it. That guy Garp was using Conquest Coating against Chin Chao's Armament Haki only, and was having contests between who had the harder fist and harder head, and the nigga was stalemating him in the past. I don't care. If you want to go with that interpretation, fair enough. Fair enough. Have at it. Have at it, man, if you want to believe that. If you want to believe that Chin Chao with Armament Haki alone was stalemating a God Valley level of Garp, that was potentially using Conqueror's Coating in his matches with him, fair enough. Have at it. Have at it. What? You have Chin Chao over Rayleigh? Nah, man. Okay, you lost me again. You lost me again. Oh my god. My god. Oh my god. I feel like this is the most I've ever spoken about this guy on a stream. It's the most I've spoken about. Anyway. What do you mean, why not? Okay, old Rayleigh alone. Okay, do you think old Rayleigh was strong enough to fight Kizaru, who was somewhat serious? He was strong enough to fight him and like had the power to match him, right? A prime Rayleigh is probably stronger than Kizaru. I'm kind of steel man in here, but I would say prime Rayleigh is definitely stronger than Kizaru, but that's neither here nor there. Do you think that caliber of a person can get like beat in one hit by like a prime Garp? I personally don't think so. You think Garp can just use his strongest hit like punch against Rayleigh's strongest sword attack and not only overpower Rayleigh, break the guy's sword or something, I don't know, but have him out of the fight? Because that's what Chin Chao was. That guy Chin Chao was out of the fight. Would Rayleigh in his prime turn into this? I don't even know why they bandaged him from head to toe as if he got damaged anywhere else in his body. Maybe Garp's Rio was just so crazy it travelled from his head, Chin Chao's head, down to his lower upper body. I don't know. I don't think Prime really turning into this. I think it was bandaged from head to toe. I don't think really will get bandaged from head to toe after a punch from Garp. Garp is not getting into a lab for Rayleigh. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Is it wrong to say Katakuri is relative to Ryo base Luffy? Is it wrong to say that Katakuri is relative to Ryo base Luffy? I would say, yeah, I would say it's wrong, yeah. Ryo base Luffy is like, actually, I don't even know. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. You talk about current Luffy, right? Let me think about that. Well, okay. That's a good question. That's a good question. You're making me think. Katakuri, so rival to End of Whole Cake Snake Man Luffy. Ryo Gear 4 on the rooftop, at the beginning of the rooftop, is without a doubt stronger than Katakuri. It's like a whole tier above him. It depends how much you think Kaido was trying. But also, Kaido didn't really fight a base Luffy post Sky Split. Because that's kind of what I'm thinking about. He fought like Gear 3, like Luffy was still using his gears. I don't know what base Luffy, like feats base Luffy even has. I'll think about it. Maybe he's fast enough to fight him. Maybe he's not, I don't know, maybe he doesn't hit as hard, but he's fast enough to fight Katakuri, I don't know, to be honest. That's something I'll need to think about. Katakuri wouldn't even beat Luffy post Whole Cake. Yeah, but Luffy would still need Gear 4 for that. He still need Gear 4. He wouldn't be able to do that in base. I guess the only thing base Luffy even has as a feat is the Sky Split with Kaido. Actually, wait. Hold on. I just thought about something. I don't know why I just lost my mind. But you said Ryo. I can't use Conqueror's Coat in Luffy. Conqueror's Coat in Luffy in base could probably beat Katakuri. Yeah, I think that's kind of obvious, but I don't know about Ryo base Luffy. I don't know about that. Anyway. Cool, so we spoke about Holy Knight Herald. Cool. There were a couple of things I still wanted to speak about. This is gonna be a long stream. It's actually good that I thought about what I wanted to say first. So if I go to the current chapter, alright, cool. So this is more character stuff, but I actually did like this scene. I like this, man. Ida's death, I liked it. Bro, I read this page, I was like, damn. Honestly. And this is the thing, I think what I did in this flashback is just so important. What she says here about you should cherish your culture. She thinks that like the whole warrior's pride is something really cool. That's something that Usopp said. As soon as Usopp saw Dorian Broggy turn into demons, that's what he said. He was like, where did your warrior's pride go? I can't lie. That part, and that's the thing, I think Harold went too far. Like, Harold, his ambition to see Elbaf go into a world of peace and connect with the outside world and the rest of human civilization was really good. It was really good. But he went way too far with it. He went way too far to the point in which he got rid of the main thing that made Elbaf. You know, also this what kind of like, it kind of made me feel, it kind of gave me like Dragon Ball vibes a little bit. It kind of gave me Saiyan vibes. Because the whole thing about the Elbaf people, they're a warrior nation. Similar to Saiyans. They're a warrior people. They're warrior people that at their heart of hearts, they like fighting. The problem was they used their strength for negative reasons. They were using their strength to cause terror on the seas. That's what gave Elbaf their bad reputation. But what Harold essentially conflated, he conflated the warrior's pride and the strength of Elbaf to the negative actions of their past. That's the conflation he made. It's almost like a Vegeta kind of thing, where for anyone that reads Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta's whole thing and his like arc of atonement was he conflated the negative actions that the Saiyans did as what the Saiyans took pride in. But that's not what the pride of a Saiyan was. Similar case here with Harold. Sao even said the same thing. Better sharp kids than sharp blades, huh? But aren't you afraid that you've lost something here, Harold? Harold is saying, I don't believe that military power is what makes a country strong anymore. But for Elbaf, it's what makes Elbaf Elbaf. They're a warland nation. That pride of a warrior, that pride in being the strongest nation, it was just used for negative things. And he got rid of everything. He went too far by removing the customs and the cultures of Elbaf, when the customs and cultures of Elbaf is not to be conflated with the tyranny that it led to. I think where Oda messed up was letting there be no pushback to Harold's shit. Everyone was fine with him throwing away their power, but against him marrying Ida. For a warrior nation, they were so fine allowing him to remove their power. But I don't think they were fine with it, because that's kind of what resulted in the previous chapter. That previous chapter where he found that one giant, just still terrorizing a country, and he had to beat up that giant in front of everybody. He said that was part of the reason why Elbaf couldn't unite with the rest of the world. So it was like Harold is using the actions of Elbaf in the past and the current actions of some of the giants, even after Harold's attempt of trying to change the nation, and he's conflating that with the pride and the cultures and the customs of Elbaf. That's the problem. And I feel like when we do return back to the current day, I think Usopp's going to be super important in delivering this message. I think Usopp's going to be super important in delivering the message of a pride of a warrior, because that's his whole dream. His whole dream is to be a brave warrior of the sea, and he was so enamored and inspired by the pride that Dory and Broggy had in their own strength. Even though they were fighting over something that they forgot about. They forgot about the reason why they fought. They don't even know why they fought. But at their heart of heart, they were still Elbaf. They were Elbaf through and through. And when they got turned, that identity of what made them was gone. And that's essentially what Harold did. Harold got rid of the customs and the cultures that made Elbaf what they are. So I feel like what you were saying, Wallace, I feel like that was addressed. It was addressed through Sao, and it was addressed through Ida. So Sao and Ida, who are they're two people that agree with the end goal that Harold wants. They want Elbaf to be people be a nation that can integrate with the rest of the world. but they didn't mean it to the expense of losing what made them them. Harold essentially sacrificed what made Elbaf to achieve peace with the rest of the world, which was a fatal mistake. It even led him getting subordinated by Emu. Because him wearing that badge of honor of the world government as a devoted blade of God, saying what an honor, is crazy. That is crazy. It's like he took his humility to an extreme that did not need to go there. Zage, my thing isn't one random nigga fucking up. It's about the people in Elbaf whose voice matters having a conversation. It was brought up in one line and Howard pushed that shit down and said, nah, it wasn't really a dialogue. Fair enough. It wasn't an extended dialogue, but I still think the general message was still brought across, even if it wasn't addressed through a full-fledged dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Sao and Ida aren't even from Elbaf. Yeah, but they're still giants at the end of the day. They still hold the same pride of their people. You know what I'm saying? One thing that I actually did want to see, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I just glossed over it. I didn't really see this be referenced at all. But I just said that Elbaf really changed a lot. When I first came here, there were tons of internal conflict. It was scary. I think in the Viz it said civil war. I guess the internal conflict could have been from like the different families, like Estrid's family, and how that led to like Poison and Ida, but it wasn't really something that was fully illustrated. Harold's ways early on are kind of treated as right. Without his ideals, they were finna die to a famine. Makes sense that they would be changing if it's actively benefiting the country. Yeah, that's another thing as well. That is true. That was something that was brought up towards like the beginning and like the early parts of the flashback. That Elbaf needed resources from the outside world that they wouldn't be able to get if they weren't able to integrate with the rest of the world. So ultimately, I would say, just to conclude on this part, I would say that like Usopp's messaging, I feel like he's going to be really important in driving home that message that Sao and Ida tried to essentially promote, you know? The whole warrior's pride part, it's really cool. You should cherish your culture. Don't you get it, Ida? It's that very culture that kept us from marrying. I can't accept it. Yeah, that's the conflation that Harold's making. It's the conflation that Harold's making, man. And I feel like because of this, like Loki's role is going to be really important. Loki and Blackbeard are two characters that don't connect but have a lot of connections because of their father. Because of their fathers, there's either going to be a direct, I don't think there's going to be a direct similarity in terms of how they're going to view the world. I feel like Oda's going to use it to contrast them. Because I feel like even if, okay, I think go one of two ways. Either Loki becomes an ally of Luffy and joins the Straw Hats. Not necessarily becomes a member of his crew. Otherwise, although that could happen, if he's just like a distant ally for the final war or whatever, or he teams up with Blackbeard somehow. I don't know. Some people have been theorizing that, but maybe. And Loki and Blackbeard's team up can be the result, or like another. It could have been the hypothetical of whether Harold and Zebek teamed up, and they would have ended up in failure as well. Because people are saying, some people come away from this flashback saying, oh, if Harold and Zebek teamed up, then they could have achieved what they wanted to achieve, but not really. I don't think that's the message that Oda wants to do. And if he wants to have Loki and Blackbeard join forces or ally, potentially, then their alliance can just be a representation or a what if of Harold and Zebek teamed up, and that would have ended in failure as well. So yeah, like I feel like Loki and where his character arc is gonna go is gonna be really important. Really important. I'm kind of looking forward to it, actually. Now that I think about it. If there was anything that was major that should have been covered that I didn't get the chance to speak about, let me know in the chat. But that's pretty much everything that I wanted to speak about anyway. That is pretty much everything that I planned on speaking about. Personally, I do think Loki is gonna be an ally to Luffy, personally. I think that's gonna happen. Loki is essentially gonna be, he's gonna fill that the role that Zebek wanted Harold to fill. He's gonna be the one that, or maybe Hiruden, maybe it's Hiruden as well, but either one of them as Harold's sons, or maybe together, maybe, will help Luffy and awaken the ancient giants somehow. Or at least bring back the impact that the ancient giants, the Galila shipwrights, are supposed to have. The impact that they are supposed to have, that Hiruden and Loki can bring that about. Do you think we know how Loki got past his dad's immortality? Yeah, we do know. Or at least we have an idea. Because right here, Loki essentially basically told us that he damaged the Holy Knight before. He's experienced what Gaban was trying to tell Luffy. So Gaban told Luffy to make a mental note of how he uses Konkrosaki, and that was meant to be like the hint for Luffy in order to like damage them. Loki said that you helped me see the sense of it, Gaban. I wasn't able to verbalize my own power. So we know Loki had the power to do it, and he displayed the power to do it. Whether it was against Harold or another Holy Knight, who knows? I guess we'll see. But if it was against Harold, then yeah, then what Loki's saying here tells us that Loki knows how to counter the immortality. He knows how to counter it. Flashback over Hiruden. Who the fuck did you know? Or how the fuck did you know all that? This is Loki telling the story. It's not Hiruden. But Loki doesn't know all of it. Loki's only okay. I think some people have glossed past this. Actually, it's within this chapter. I don't know what I'm doing. The narrator takes over the flashback. This is not all of Loki's account. Loki's telling what he knows, but all of this, the God Valley stuff, the whatever, he doesn't know all of this. It's the narrator that takes over. On this day, there was a massacre in the castle, and the most beloved king in Elbaf's history, wise King Harold, perished. But what was the cause? What was it that caused people to praise him so? For that, we must go far back in time, to 109 years before the present, when the question of what is the most frightening thing on the sea would elicit and unanimously answer the giant pirate crew, were the most widely feared figures of the day. So it's the narrator that took over the flashback. It's not Loki that's narrating this. If that was the only way to hurt Holy Knight, if the only way to hurt the Holy Knight is Advanced Conquerors, Sanji again, Advanced Conquerors this arc, because I don't think it's just Advanced Conquerors to hurt them. I was kind of thinking the same thing anyway. I don't know. Honestly, like, I'm kind of like debating it in my head. So I have kind of like different thoughts. I've kind of said this in past streams, but I think that what Roger and Garp did to beat Zebek, Domi reverses Zebek, is supposed to be the hint to how they counter the immortality. The thing is though, the part that makes it weird is that Oda emphasized Zebek's durability over his regen factor. Some people even think now that Rocks didn't have the regen, but we know Emu said that he grants greater strength, uncanny strength, and an undying body. So the same thing that the Holy Knights have, the Domi Reversi people have them too. That's what he said. But what Oda did in this fight is that he made the barrier or the hurdle that made it so hard to beat Zebek his durability. He made his haki that is so strong be the thing that they needed to overcome. What we also know, or what's implied, is that Domi Reversi is an effect of a devil fruit. So Emu is using a devil fruit to change Zebek. Garp and Roger, they're trying to undo the curse, right? That's why Roger says, first of all, the color of armament is a power that doesn't yield to devil fruits. And on top of that, I was wreathed in color of the Supreme King. There's no way it couldn't have hurt him. Armament Haki being the counter to devil fruit abilities could be a thing in which the undying bodies, the parts that makes them immortal, it could be treated as like a conventional durability. So in which if you have enough raw power, your armament haki could then counter that devil fruit ability. Because that's essentially what happened to Zebek. They essentially used their maximum amount of haki in order to break through his guard so that their haki can reach him, and now that their armament haki has now reached Zebek, it's countered the effect of the devil fruit that was affecting Zebek and brought him back to normal. So if Conqueror's Haki isn't the only way to damage the regen, it could just be, depending on the person that has the regen, so it could be different thresholds of power for different people. For the Holy Knights, you need a lower threshold of raw power to get through their immortality than you would against a Gorosei that have an Abyss Covenant. They can have just a deeper regen. Same thing with Emu. Rox was able to slow down the regeneration of Garland, who was a Holy Knight, but when he went up against Emu, his attacks didn't work. Forget his attacks, all the attacks that were using Conqueror's Haki didn't work against Emu, barring Kaido obviously. So it could be a thing where the greater the immortality, the greater the power needed, and the reason why Gaban is saying to be mindful of the way that he uses Conqueror's Haki is because against these people with immortality, you need to power yourself up to a certain point in which you can essentially attack past the immortality to get to the actual body and counter that effect using your arm and haki. I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but if you look at prior arcs, like if you look back to Wano, for example, Wano, the whole obstacle was Kaido's durability, even Big Mom as well, right? Kaido and Big Mom were abnormal creatures in the sense that you weren't able to damage them through conventional means. Luffy in Act 1 used his entire Gear 4 that had been dominating people beforehand. It dominated Doflamingo, it dominated Cracker, it dominated Katakuri in terms of raw power. He was able to overwhelm them with his power of Gear 4. When he went up against Kaido, his attacks didn't work. He couldn't even get through his skin to actually damage him properly. He wasn't strong enough. He learned in Udon a way to use his armament haki to not just get through the durability, but also to essentially damage through it. So he got internal Ryo, which allowed him to bypass Kaido's defenses in order to actually hurt him in the inside. Law does the same thing with his Devil Fruit. Gamma Knife bypasses durability by itself anyway. Injection Shot bypasses durability anyway. Killer had Sonic Scyther that used sound waves to get through to literally bypass the durability in the scales of Kaido to hurt him from the inside. Kid uses compacting and compressing methods to crush them so that he's not necessarily battling against the exterior of a Kaido and a Big Mom. He's pressing them so that they could be hurt from within. The hint that we got to damaging Kaido was in the Oden flashback. The thing is though, we didn't know whether Oden was using just internal Ryo to scar Kaido or something else. People at the time were just under the assumption that, okay, Oden saw Whitebeard and Roger, he saw their clash, he was enamored by it. That growth that he had from his experiences from Whitebeard and Roger made him many times stronger, returned to Wano invincible, faced Kaido, and is able to scar him in a manner that was never done to him before. It broke the illusion of his invincible stature and reputation. So the hint that Oda gave us was in the flashback. We just didn't know at the time that that was advanced Conqueror's Haki that Oden was using. We didn't know that. But we find out on the roof that the methods that the Supernova first came into the battle with to get through Kaido's defenses isn't actually enough to deal lasting damage. I feel like the God Valley flashback is supposed to have a similar role in giving us the hint. The thing is though, is that the hurdle they needed to get past wasn't Zebek's regen, it was his durability. So they had to get through his durability using a critical mass of Supreme Haki so that they can have the raw power to get through it so they can then counter his ability or counter Emu's ability that's affecting Zebek. So the hint probably lies in what we just saw here. We just need to see it in action to be completely sure of it. That's how I feel. Sanji most likely will get Future Sight if he doesn't have it already, and Advanced Conquest Haki, meaning he'll have Rio too. But it's not the only way to counter the region. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. No, I'm not saying that Sanji can't have a... Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean Advanced Conquerors? I'm not saying that Sanji can't have Advanced Conquerors. I think he probably will. But my point in bringing that up is it's not even a Sanji thing. It's about, let's say, the Revolutionary Commanders. The Revolutionary Commanders whose targets are the Celestial Dragons and their forces. How the hell is Dragon and his men going to be fighting against Immortality guys if Conqueror's Haki is the only way to counter it? When we already know anyway that Armament Haki is the specific type of Haki that counters Devil Fruits in the first place. We don't know of a second nature of Conqueror's Haki that works against Devil Fruit users. We don't know that. But that's not something that's established. It really and truly could just be a thing where someone like I don't know, Law, for example. Law, even if he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, he might be able to damage his regen guys just because his raw power is so good and his Armament Haki is proficient enough to just counter the effect of the regen, which is already influenced by Delphi ability in the first place anyway. The answer just being more Armament Haki is hilarious though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, I don't know. But I will say though, the more Armament Haki thing is 100% true for the Zebek thing. That's literally what happened. That's literally what happened. You can't even tell me otherwise. Honestly, you could not gaslight me to say that it's otherwise. Literally, Roger is saying Armament Haki counters Devil Fruits. I know it counters Devil Fruits, but I can't damage this guy, even though I'm using Conqueror's Haki on top of it. And then as soon as they use enough raw power to get through the guard, and their Armament Haki can actually hit Zebek's body now, it undoes the curse. You can't tell me Armament Haki has nothing to do with reversing the Domi Reversi. You can't tell me. Literally Roger brings it up himself. Zage, do you think Duraneg equals AP? What do you mean by that? As in, what, greater AP? I mean, Duraneg is a form of AP, I guess, but it's not... It depends what we're talking about. Depends. Like, in the context of Rio, it is more AP, yeah. Like, Luffy is not just having the ability to... Okay, when Luffy learned Advanced Rio, or like Internal Rio in Udon, he didn't just like learn Duraneg. His Armament Haki is stronger as well. Like the advanced skills of Armament Haki are inherently more powerful than the previous. Inherently. On top of its specific trait that it may have that the other lower levels don't have. Maybe Emu is sharing part of her or his own regen. Bro, Rio increases AP. This is not, respectfully, like, it's not like a debate. It's literally not a debate. Respectfully. Like, Hyogoro literally says this as much. Why the hell did he say this shit? Oh, is it in the next chapter? the next chapter, I think. All I can teach you of Ryo, or what you call Haki, is what covers the outside. It can be used for defense like invisible armor, or it could be converted to offensive use to great effect. But when you go one level beyond that, the Haki you wield can penetrate the enemy's interior and destroy them from the inside, thus making it more powerful. It's literally stronger. Like, it's not just the fact that you can hurt them from within. It's just more powerful. I don't think it's using current. I mean, I can see how you read it that way, but I don't think that's what it's being said here. Because, okay, let me put it this way, right? Using the first level of advanced armament is inherently stronger than regular hardening. Like, this picture on the left, this fist on the right, it's inherently stronger than hardening. The reason being is that to use your Haki like this, you're essentially drawing Haki from parts of the body that you're not using to your fist to make that Haki more potent, therefore making it a stronger armor, therefore having more greater, like, raw power. But the one on the left is essentially you using your Haki that you've now flowed from parts of the body you're not using. You're not just powering your fist with it, and you're not only punching that opponent with that, but that Haki is also extending within that person to make it more powerful. It's inherently stronger. It's inherently stronger. So it is greater AP. The one on the left is the stuff for the cuffs, right? Yeah, it is, yeah. The one on the right is what Rayleigh did. The one on the right is what Rayleigh did with the elephant. The one on the left is what Luffy done and what Rayleigh done with the cuffs. And then I guess the lower level of the one on the right would be just the regular armament hardening. Like, if that bubble wasn't there, it would just be the regular armament hardening. Yeah, Doronek doesn't always equal AP. Like, you can have like some weird hacks that allows you to damage someone that's not, you know what I mean? That, like, I'll give you an example. Let me think of an example. Let me think. Trying to think of a One Piece equivalent to this, but okay, let's say Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate, the whole purpose of it is essentially manipulating the water and the water and the moisture in the air to essentially inflict not only physical damage but also internal damage, because you can now affect the moisture within someone else, essentially. But that ability itself doesn't inherently make Jinbei's raw AP now stronger than someone that can't grant that same effect with their punch. That would be like an example. But there's still AP to that Jinbei example, but it wouldn't be the exact same thing. It just depends from what we're talking about. Like, I think that when in the context of armament Haki, like, advancing your Ryo step by step, like, you have more power than the previous. It's not just the trait of being able to attack from within. Being able to attack from within makes it also more powerful. It gives you greater effect. It's going against less defense, so it looks like more AP. I would say that's more like, okay, cool. Wallace, what you said is more like what Law does. Law does exactly what you're saying. Let me see. What chapter would it be? 1038. Cool. Cool. Law does exactly what you're saying, Wallace, right? Essentially, Shock Willy is as powerful as it is because the sword that Law is stabbing Big Mom with, it doesn't actually hurt Big Mom's exterior. It just goes through it. It doesn't actually deal any damage at all. The shockwave is only affecting weaker defenses, therefore has a great effect. But Luffy's Ryo is not just doing that though. He's still physically hitting you. It's like a double effect. Like Luffy will also affect weaker defense from within, and he's also hitting you externally as well, and he's actually able to damage you externally as well. You can do both things. At least that's the way I saw it. I didn't see it as Luffy just like dealing no damage when he punches someone physically, and it's simply just the haki that goes within someone, like Law. I didn't see it this way personally. Like I wouldn't consider, okay, I wouldn't use the same language that Law used for like Shock Willy for like Luffy's punches. The penetration doesn't hurt. The real pain is from Shock Willy. I wouldn't say the punch doesn't hurt, the physical punch doesn't hurt, the real pain is from my Ryo that goes within you. I wouldn't really use that same language. Yeah, I think that's the best way of putting it. I think Luffy does both Zage because he has both level 1 and level 2 Ryo. Okay, do you agree level 1 Ryo is more powerful than Arm Hardening? Like inherently. Because that's kind of what I was trying to say. Level 1 Ryo is inherently more powerful than Arm Hardening because it uses more haki flowed from parts of the body that doesn't need that haki for the punch to have greater effect. Literally, Hyogoro says this during the training. Let me find that chapter. This is really jogging my memory. Here we go. No, this is the previous one. Yeah, okay. So Luffy's trying to let the haki flow. Hyogoro says, don't overstress. You must allow the haki to flow into your fist from the parts that do not need it. So when Luffy ultimately learns how to do that, when he learns how to flow the haki from the parts of the body that doesn't need it to his fist, it inherently makes that punch more powerful because there's more haki being flowed into it to create that exterior that makes it more powerful. It also gives the no touching effect. I don't think it's a big jump though. I think the difference is the defense of your opponent being reduced more. But this level of haki doesn't have. But that's the thing. What Hyogoro does is not Duronic. This is not Durant at all. This is not Durant. Oh, okay. Yeah, agree anyway. Yeah, like this. Yeah, this part is not. Yeah. Yeah. So essentially, black armament hardening is one level. A level above that is the emission level of armament haki, where you can flow your haki from the parts of the body that don't need it into a punch. Yeah, Hyogoro only has this level. He doesn't have the Luffy Oden level of Rio. This is not Duranek, Wallace. We're going like back and forth now. Like this is not Duranek. Oh shit. This is not Duranek. This is literally what I was trying to show you. This, what Hyogoro does here is literally what he was saying with the two bubble analogy. The two fists side by side. Chapter, I literally just had it. What was it? This one. Oh. Yeah, this is level 1. The one on the right is level 1. The one on the left is level 2. Zoro can't do the cuff shit. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know that he can do that. Let me put it that way. But more than likely, yeah, the way that it's not really implied that he can do that. But I'm saying this one here, the right fist is the level 1 Rio. The left fist is level 2 Rio. Why are you getting gaslit so much today? I don't know, bro. Like, I have to kind of... Yeah, jump in Discord. Jump in Discord. I feel like I was being very clear, but I don't know. I don't know, you could tell me where I'm going wrong. Yo,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me check if the stream can hear you.
Zage.
One sec.
So, first of all, what's up, man?
I'm doing good, bro. Yeah, they can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, bro. If Zoro only has the right one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's using the right one to bypass Kaido's scale, it has to be their neck.
I can't lie. I think he just did that raw power. I'll be real.
You're so unserious, nigga.
I'll be so honest. I think he just did a raw.
You're so unserious.
I think that's raw power. Or he has Duranek. But that's the thing though. Like, okay, the way that it's kind of said when, like, okay, I'm talking about the Dragon Twister, right? The way that Killer and Big Mom reacted to it is more like he was actually physically able to cut Kaido rather than bypass him like what Killer did with the Sonic Cypher. Like, the reactions were different.
No, but what I'm saying is that the one on the right enhances and gives your physical attacks during neck. That's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't, though. But that's the thing. It doesn't. That's the thing. Because, okay, look.
But then if for what we know, you need Ryo to hurt Kaido, right? Can we just both agree on that? On the base level, you need Ryo or some level of Durnig to hurt Kaido.
Yeah.
And if the only Durnig the nigga is using is the right level 1 Ryo, it's called level 1 Ryo, it has to be Durnig. It's not just like physical.
Well, them niggas couldn't do it with that level. But Zoro can.
Yeah, but I would just argue that Zoro's level 1 Ryo is not only better than theirs, he's also physically way stronger.
But why can't I just say then? Okay, but then why can't I just say that he just has the level 2 then?
But because there's no evidence within the story to say he has level 2.
Okay, and there's no evidence that the level 1 does Durnig.
Oh, wait, when
does Hyogoro say it as Durnig, or did he say that the level 2 is only Durnig? Did he say that the level 1 has Durnig? Which one did he emphasize does internal destruction, internal damage?
The one he says that you can penetrate the enemy's interior is definitely the second one, for sure. But that doesn't mean the first one can't also be used against people with high durability, though.
Yeah, but the
second
reason...
one is specifically about pouring your haki into the person and then doing the damage with that. Zoro's not pouring his haki into Kaido and doing like that. He's physically cutting him.
Okay, so if he's physically cutting him, then he's not negating durability, Wallace. You're just saying my point for me.
But my point is that he's using the Ryo haki to do that, though. It's the same way the Scabbards... I don't think any of the Scabbards have the level 2 version with the cuff shit. They don't have that. But they were able to hurt Kaido using the level 1 Ryo.
Or maybe they're just that strong.
So you're telling me a regular attack from fucking, I don't know, Kawamatsu is stronger than the fucking Gear 4 attacks he was giving Kaido?
Maybe, man.
In Act 1. You're so unserious.
Yeah, but after... Okay, look, Wallace, right? The only reason why I'm so confident in this conversation is because I've already had these thoughts before. Like, I've already thought about the exact same... You know what, funny enough? I was literally speaking to someone on Discord about this literally like 2 days ago. I'm not even joking, right? I always found that weird anyway, right? If you want to say that the first level has Durnig, just to make sense of it all, fair enough. But can we at least both agree that's not stated? Because if you're saying... Yeah, but... Okay, look.
And
right?
then you can argue that the effect on the cube, on that whatever brick shit, is literally just doing damage on the outside. It's still you can just argue some level of neg right there.
But what level? But it's not Durnig. It's... Okay, my point... Okay, this is my point, right? What makes level 2 stronger than level 1 is that it's not just outwardly projecting your haki. It's outwardly projecting your haki and then infusing that haki into your opponent's interior to damage them. That's what makes that more powerful, right? The first level of Ryo is not explained in that particular way. It's not.
But I think with every example within the story, it has to be.
But it's not explained that way. But you agree it's not explained that way, right?
But I feel like, I guess the way I took it initially reading this chapter that's how I took it. I took it as the first one can be Durnig, and the second one was just like a times 10, even more increase of what you're able to do. Because now you're not just allowing you, it's kind of like, imagine, let's say for example, the one on the right, I'm reducing let's say your durability by like 20%. But on the one on the left, bro, I'm bypassing that shit completely, basically. That's how I saw it.
Okay, but did you think that when that chapter came out?
Yeah, that's how I took it. And that's
no, before the I'm saying before the Scabbards did what they did.
Before, yeah.
So
you not remember us in the spaces arguing about fucking Rio for oh my.
Nigga, Spaces did not come out at that time, bro. Don't tell me about Spaces.
Bro, we were.
I'm
No, don't do that. We were. No, wait, don't do that.
Spaces did not come out
All
during
Wano, nigga. We
during
were in
Act
Spaces
2 of
all
Wano.
Wano, nigga.
Nigga,
Don't
that
do
didn't not Act 1, not Act 2 of Wano. That was no Spaces for 2020, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe we're fucking screaming on Twitter. That my fault. But what I'm saying is that's how I initially took it. And then I think it was even more confirmed when the Scabbers, who definitely don't have the cuff stuff, and no one's gonna fucking tell me that fucking Kawamatsu and all these bum ass niggas have more AP than fucking Luffy and Gear 4.
Then maybe it's just
I'm
sword
sorry,
tax.
bro.
But okay, this is genuinely what I've heard from this conversation before, right? Having this before. One, that them scabbards are just like that, right? Two, it's just sword tax. It's just sword tax. I don't know. Maybe like them even just being able to use a sword and it just works differently than a blunt punch, maybe, right? Or three, them niggas just had internal Rio, I guess. But then even then, it doesn't really explain. Even then, it doesn't really explain how they actually like put the sword through Kaido anyway, like physically through it. Or unless you think like, I don't know, if they did have internal Rio, that the Rio on the outside is allowing them to like, I don't know, phase their sword through Kaido's body. I don't know. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, that level of Rio is not explained with any sort of Durnek. If you want to, like, reason it that way, but even what you're saying, like, 20% some... I don't even know what you're even saying right now, bro.
I'm just trying to give you, like, a reference to what I'm saying. Like, obviously, like, there's no number, there's no idea. What I'm basically saying is, both do it, but one just does it way more. And one is more useful because you can do the stuff with the cuffs and stuff. Because you can't really do... You can't do the... For example, I think you can even look at the cuffs, right? If you have the regular level 1 Rio, you can't do it to the cuffs because the damage you're doing to the cuffs will always come from the outside. Like, you're physically hitting the cuff. While the level 2, you're going into the actual cuff. You're bypassing the durability of the cuffs and attacking the cuffs from the inside.
Okay, so if you're saying the first level is still Durnek, what Durnek is it doing that won't allow it to break the cuffs?
Because from what we know, you can't. It's kind of like you can't tamper with the cuffs from the outside or a blow up. But if you tamper with the cuffs from the inside, it's easier to do. You can get the cuffs off really quickly and throw it away.
Yeah, but but what Durnek means is that you're ignoring the durability of that person or that something to affect them from within. You're not actually contesting with the external. That's what Durnek means. So if you still think that
Durnek is like, I guess Durnek is maybe Durnek is the wrong word for both of us. All I'm trying to say is, fuck, I don't know, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? No, don't do this. You understand what I'm trying to say? You understand what I'm trying to say?
The only reason why I know how you feel is because I felt that as well. I thought about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've thought about this exact thing. Like, it's weird to me as well. Like, I don't know. Maybe the scavengers just like that, bro. I don't really have an issue with it. I don't really care. Honestly, I don't really care. Honestly, I genuinely don't care if they're like that. I'll be honest. Doesn't really affect how I see the story. I'll be honest.
Bro, you're putting scabbards. All the scabbards have higher AP than Gear 4 Luffy.
Fuck it, why not, bro? Them niggas got. Fuck it, why not? Why not, bro? I don't.
Turn it off, nigga. Turn it off.
Why not?
Turn it off.
I don't care. What the hell? You think I give a fuck?
Jesus Christ. Damn, man. I don't know, bro.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, if you're still describing it as, okay, like Zoro with the Dragon Twister, if his sword and his Dragon Twister is still primarily affecting the external to cut through him, that's still AP. That's not Durnek. So even if you think that's what the Scabbards are doing to some extent, like, I don't know, they're influencing a little bit of the exterior to damage Kaido, it still says a lot about their AP because they're not actually ignoring the durability completely to damage Kaido. They're still contesting with Kaido's durability. It's still better than what Act 1 Luffy did. Even with how you're describing it, it's still better than what Act 1 Luffy did. It is. It is. It's still better because they're still physically able to get through it. That's basically what you're telling me.
Yeah, because of Rio, which is allowing them to do that.
Yeah, but Rio is just an armor.
At the end of the day, their answer is still Rio because there's no way. Sage, are you gonna tell me? base Luffy. Wow, was it like Gear Second and Gear Third? He did his first attack on Kaido with. It was Gear Second, right?
It was, the first attack was Gear Third.
Red Rock.
Oh, you talking on the roof? Yeah, Red Rock.
Yeah. Was it Gear Second or?
It was
Second,
Gear, it was
right?
Gear Third. Yeah, it was Gear Third, and yeah, the Red Rock. Yeah.
Are you telling me Rio is enough for Gear Third to not be way stronger than Gear 4 attacks? Be so for real, nigga. Be so for real. There's no way we think that.
Wait, say that again.
Are you telling me that Gear Third, that Rio is enough to push Gear Third attacks to clear Gear 4 attacks in AP?
From Act 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really. What's wrong with that?
No, bro. No.
What's wrong with that?
No. The gap between Gear 3 and Gear 4 is insane, bro.
Yeah, but Luffy literally learned a new level of haki. Like, he learned a new level of haki.
That doesn't mean that Gear 3 is now. Here's the thing, right? Gear 4 attacks did nothing. That's the difference, right? If it was like Gear 4 did something, no. Gear 4 did nothing, and now we're all of a sudden Gear 3 is now doing actually something. That's a massive gap. It makes way more sense that now because of this Durnek, he's able to do damage. It's not an AP issue. The reason why Luffy couldn't hurt Kaido wasn't an AP issue. It was a Durnek issue.
Yeah, but at the same time, Kaido still considered it as like Luffy going a lot stronger. That's the thing. Like,
yeah, and
even if you wanted to
Luffy
say,
went from,
yeah, good.
you know, he was surprised because Luffy went from not being able to hurt him to like in 2 weeks learning Rio and now being like, oh my goodness, God, this and that. I don't think it's like now he's saying like, oh, your base Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd form right now is like way stronger than your Gear 4 form I fought. I don't think that.
Okay, even if you wanted to say that, but what's it got to do with what we're talking about? Because that's not what the Scabbards do anyway.
No, but we're talking about like the Scabbards having more AP than like Gear 4 Luffy.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, look, I'll be honest, personally, I actually do think the Red Rock is stronger than like a Kongon from Act 1 anyway. I think it is. Because I don't think it's just the fact that Luffy is ignoring Kaido's durability anymore. It's literally that he actually got strong enough to the point in which like Kaido is questioning like Luffy's potential because of how much he grew since he one-shot him in Curry. I think that's like another part of it. Like, if that dialogue wasn't there, then maybe I'll be more skeptical to it. But I actually genuinely think that Red Rock is supposed to be stronger than Gear 4 anyway.
I just can't see how the Prisoner Mines turned that nigga from the gap, bro. The gap, especially if you look.
Because what actually? Wait, one sec. Because what Mr. E? What?
Rosta between Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd from Gear 4. There's no way.
I know, but there's I agree with that in general. Yeah, but I'm saying that from Act 1 he learned an advanced level of armament haki, which amps AP anyway. We know that. And also, what Mr. E says in the chat is correct. Like, Red Rock is literally a Gear 2 plus Gear 3 attack. It's like Red Hawk, but like Gear 3rd version.
Yeah.
It's like it's stronger than a regular Gear 3rd. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's that crazy at all. Because he literally learned a new level of advanced armament haki that makes his attack stronger. That's why I disagreed with the premise, like the idea of like, oh, it's just Luffy's haki from before now being able to affect the inside. I don't agree with that. I don't think that when...
No, and that's why I agree with you now when you show the panel of you're pulling haki from like other places. So basically like Rio is just like more haki.
Yeah.
So, of course, more haki, you're gonna do more damage. That's why I'm agreeing like
Rio
is an AP boost. I agree to that. You're gonna have more AP because you have more haki.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is it's not like now Red Rock is and like Rio Luffy more AP than fucking Gear 4. You know what I mean?
What's the problem? I don't see what's the problem. Okay, forget the Scabbards. What's the problem with Red Rock?
No, you can't do that.
No, but I'm saying no, but genuinely, what's the issue with Red Rock being strong in Gear 4? I don't get it. Like, what contradicts that?
I guess Red Rock maybe is a bad like attack to harp on, but I'm just talking about in general. That's what I'm talking about in general. If you want to say, oh, because it's Gear 2nd plus Gear 3rd plus fire and all that, over a regular King Kong, just a Kong gun, fine, go crazy. I don't care. But I'm talking about in general. I'm saying like the focus of the boost is more so about the ability to bypass your opponent's defense. More so than obviously there's still an AP boost. I think the number one thing, if we were ranking the effectiveness and usefulness in these moments, it's about the durability negation. More, then is the AP boost. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, what do you think about Advanced Conquerors then? What Luffy did on 1010? Do you think that's like higher AP than the Gear 4 from before?
Yeah, I think if you want to say that like ACLC 1010, like that AP is stronger than what's it fucking called? Than like Gear 4 in Dressrosa or some shit like that, or Gear 4 in Act 1. I
No,
think at
no,
that point
I'm saying Gear 4 on the roof, nigga, bro. I'm saying literally moments before this.
wait, like wait. It's like Rio Gear 4.
Yes. What's stronger, a Rio Gear 4 punch or a base Luffy Advanced Conquerors Haki punch? What dealt more damage to Kaido? And both are doing internal damage.
I think there's no way for me to argue that it's not ACLC, even though it's fucking stupid.
What do you mean?
Cause like, bro, like you're telling me like ACL base Luffy, but like ACLC just has like now AP to just surpasses. It's kind of crazy, bro.
Okay, cool. So your disbelief that you're having with base Luffy here.
No,
okay,
but on the ACLC one, I'll give you that one. And on the ACLC one, there's no argument for me. You have no argument for me.
Okay, so then
no argument.
if that's okay,
The
so
ACLC is completely different from just Rio, nigga. Don't do that.
I know, but I know, but the only reason why I'm bringing that up
times 10.
the only reason why I'm bringing up the ACOC one, right, is because that's an example of Luffy getting a power up that cliffed his Gear 4 in base. It cliffed it completely in terms of AP.
But I would argue, but it's just thing like it's a power up, but not all power ups are built the same, nigga.
Of course, this is a greater power up. That ACC is a greater power up. Fair enough.
It's like a times 10 power up.
Of course, but but my point is that Oda using like another power up, in this case being like the internal Ryo, that being the difference in a attack like a Red Rock, which isn't even a regular Gear 2 or Gear 3 attack. It's like a stronger version. That's not quite Gear 4, right? Being able to be stronger than a previous Gear 4 that didn't have that advanced armament is not that crazy. Especially when the portrayal of that is Kaido literally like now questioning Luffy's potential because of that sudden growth and power. I don't think Kaido is bringing up and thinking about people like Shanks, Oden, Zebek, Roger, and Whitebeard to now say, Luffy just figured out a way to bypass my shit, but he has the same level of power as before. I don't think that's what's being said. Do you think that's what's being portrayed? I don't think that's what's being portrayed at all. Yeah, and also he gets physically stronger. What Raymond Supreme says in the chat is true. He literally does physical training in Udon as well. So he's physically stronger. He has better use of arm and haki. And Kaido is now considering Luffy's potential after being able to damage him one time because of how much stronger he grew. I don't think it's just because of some weird hacks ability now that bypasses shit.
I guess if you're including the physical shit, sure. But him getting like physically stronger and all these things, right? That's cool. But my point is more so just on like the right having Dirty Neck. That's my main argument here. It's just having Dirty Neck. And I feel like if you looked at all the things within the story, I think it's complete fair to say that.
I don't know. You're not really convincing me that it's Dirty Neck, bro. I'll be real.
Right,
I don't think you're convincing yourself it's Durnek. Let me put it to you that way.
I feel like I would definitely say this. I feel like you're convincing me on like other things around the topic in terms of like Rio being AP a boost. I agree now.
Yeah.
All that stuff like that. That's fair. And even if you want to argue, let's say the gear that a Red Rock being as strong as say his regular fucking Gear 4 punches because he got physically strong or whatever. I'm fine with that. But at the end of the day, it's Dirty Neck. That's what I'm saying.
That the level 1 Rio is still Dirty Neck.
Yeah. Because everybody who uses it is doing Dirty Neck.
I don't know, bro. The way
Bro,
that you explained
I
it to me,
promise you,
the way
Kiku
that you first
is not
explained it is
stabbing. I
not
promise you,
Durnek.
Kiku is not stabbing through Kaido's hand because of fucking AP. Nigga.
Okay, okay, one more time. Explain to me what the Dragon Twister was. How did Zoro cut Kaido? Explain
Because
it
he
to me.
put Ryo into his air attacks.
Okay, but how? How did that get through his skill? How did it work?
Because he's doing Durnek.
Okay, so it's bypassing his durability.
Yeah, it's helping him get past Kaido's durability by putting same way like when Zoro put Ryo into his attack versus the bitch thing Monet. He did that, right? He put Haki into an air attack. It's the
Yeah.
same thing with the Dragon Twister. He put Haki into that, and now all the fucking air blades have Ryo in it.
Okay, okay, I'm fine with that, but I'm saying, actually, wait, hold on. Let me ask you another question. Do you think Zoro before Enma could have damaged Kaido? This is what you're saying.
I think so. I think Enma just helped him do it more.
As in just more power behind it.
I think he has more power behind it, and his Haki is stronger with it.
Okay, cool. So walk me through it, alright? When
It's kind of like, for example, if I think Zoro already had Ryo, and
yeah.
I think Zoro is already fucking stronger than Kiku. He's
Yeah.
hurting Kaido.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine. So when his blades or like his air cuts, right? Like the air cuts, they hit Kaido's body. What's happening? Is the air cut going through Kaido's body to hurt him, or is it cutting the exterior to hurt him? Those are two different questions.
You see on the right, you see that shit where like it hits the cube?
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening, and it's able to happen because of the Ryo.
Cool. So
If you ask me specifically how Ryo works and how it interacts with niggas' durability, nigga, I don't know. That's never been explained.
cool.
I don't know.
So let's go to the cube thing, right? 'Cause I'm putting this.
Yeah.
I'm putting this on the screen as well.
Bro, you're asking me shit even Oda don't know, bro. What's going on?
No,
bro?
because the way that
What's
you're
going on?
no,
We have
because
evidence within the story to. I feel like there's way more evidence on my side than your side.
no, because the way that
Or
you're
being
explaining it to me, right? Like, clearly the only you didn't get your thought out of nowhere, did you? Like you think this because of shit that you've seen, right?
Yeah.
So I'm asking you the shit that you've seen. That's it. So all I'm saying,
Yeah,
all I'm saying is,
I told you.
Okay,
I told
cool.
you the Scabbard. I told you Zoro. I told you all these things.
okay, cool. So if it's okay, cool. So if it's the picture on the right, the cube on the right, that Haki is not touching the cube. You agree with that? It's literally the untouchable blow, right?
Yeah.
But
Wait,
it's
say it again?
sorry.
Say it again.
Okay, cool.
fine.
So the picture on the right, the first level of advanced armament Haki, right?
Yeah.
Luffy's punch or a fist is interacting with the cube without touching it. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. It's the Ryo that's touching the cube, not his fist. Yeah.
Cool. The Ryo that's touching his fist, the Ryo that's touching the cube, it cracks the cube
Yeah.
from the exterior.
Yeah.
Cool. Because it's now cracked the cube from the exterior, it's now damaged it, right? Now it can, like, depending on how much power that and force behind it, it can break the cube entirely. Right?
Wait. So you're saying like the Ryo cracks the cube, and then the physical punch afterwards breaks the cube? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that, okay, no, I'm saying in this picture, what's going on is that the Ryo is hit the cube, and because of that, it's cracked. But I'm just saying, if more power was put behind it, it could have cracked the cube completely. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Cool. So that's the way in which the cube's breaking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It interacting with the exterior of the cube. What's happening to the exterior of the cube that's now being affected within the inside? For you to say that Zoro has this level and is also doing quote unquote Dorneg, for lack of a better term right now.
I guess my question for you is, if I didn't say Durnek, but I said like another word that described it, would that be fine?
Well,
Is the
so tell me-
Durnek the word in terms of like I can't think of the word in the moment, but I'm asking you, is Durnek is the word Durnek the issue here?
Yeah, that is the issue, yeah, because Dorneg implies the second level of Rio. Because the second
But I
level is
feel like
literally
there's, like,
like
different-
penetrate the
How do I
enemy's
say this?
interior and destroy them from within. if you're bypass, okay, what Killer does is what Killer done to Kaido Durnek. Would you call that Durnek?
Yeah.
Why?
But I think
Why?
it's a different form though.
Well, but why? Okay, no, but it's not the same thing as what Luffy does. Why is that?
Yeah.
Not, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Because Killer's slashes don't interact with Kaido's exterior. It doesn't interact with it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So inherently, the way that Killer's using Sonic Scyther is different to how Zoro used Dragon Twister. It's different.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Zoro is damaging Kaido through his exterior and physically cutting through it, that's just AP. I'm so sorry. There's nowhere else. There's nothing else to call it. It's just AP. That's what I'm
So
saying. That
let's say-
Zoro's AP is just like
Let's
that.
say let's say Zoro doesn't have Rio. Do you think he's also hurting Kaido?
No, because it wouldn't be strong enough to actually cut through
Let's
his
say
skin.
Zoro went into the gym and physically trained his muscles and got to the same level of AP.
Then yeah,
Do you think he's hurting Kaido?
he would hurt Kaido. Yeah.
Um,
Actually, let me ask you another question. Yeah, do you think Garp, if he used like a Galaxy Impact, right, but no Conqueror's Haki, no Rio, does that damage Kaido?
no.
What? You don't think it would damage Kaido? So you think Kaido is just completely impervious to physical blows in the sense of like exterior? You cannot get through his exterior
I think
through
unless
conventional
you have-
means completely.
Unless you have, let's say for example, right? Let's say you're a regular fighter in One Piece. Unless you have, but the thing is, like most of the people, top tiers and people who matter in One Piece will have some form of Durnek, either whether in like regular Rio, like second level Rio, or have some a technique or ability that allows them to hurt Kaido. But I think if Garp pull back his fist and punch Kaido, and he's not using Rio, he does a regular just punch, he's not hurting.
Not a
Kaido.
regular punch. I'm saying he uses arm and hardening.
If he uses hardening and there's no Rio in that shit, I don't think he's hurting Kaido.
So okay,
He
so
might
you
push Kaido
what
back,
about
punch
okay?
him
What
into
about
the
Big
wall
Mom?
or some
What about
shit,
Big
but he's
Mom?
not hurting.
What about Big Mom?
Huh?
What about Big Mom? Because Big Mom
No.
has Big Mom as well.
But Big Mom also has Rio.
No, I'm saying no. I'm
If
saying
Big Mom
no.
doesn't- if Big
I'm
Mom
substituting
doesn't
Big
use
Mom for
Rio-
Kaido. I'm saying I'm substituting Big Mom because Big Mom has like a similar type of durability where you can't. It's like really hard to damage her through conventional means. Like Law and
Yeah.
Kid, they had to use like their internal destroying
Yeah, like
attacks.
the crusher her or like internal attack. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
So Big
I don't
Mom,
think-
you have to do the same thing as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure. I think just if you want to say like Oda says Big Mom and Kaido are like similar levels in durability, sure, say that. That's what I say.
So okay, so Garp wouldn't be able to damage Big Mom in that way as well.
Yeah, let me just say that.
Really? I don't
Yeah.
agree. That'll be real. Let me think of something stronger than that. If this nigga Joy Boy, if that nigga Joy Boy went into full Nika form, Looney Tunes,
Is that Rio?
no fucking Rio. Looney Tunes
Wait,
started.
well, that's different. Like Gear 5 has like some weird shit, like turn niggas to rubber and all that bullshit. That don't count, nigga.
What?
But that's like, you can just argue that's like for example, right? For example.
So that would be a
let's
type
say
of
Crocodile,
Durnek.
right?
You think that's a type of Durnek?
Whatever bullshit he got in Gear 5, maybe. Let's say, for example, Kaido, like Crocodile, right? Crocodile doesn't have Rio and none of that shit.
Yeah.
If he does
yeah.
like a regular fucking stand slash, he's doing nothing. But if he does like his fucking absorption shit on Kaido,
Of
I
course.
think that affects Kaido
Of
and
course.
allows him to damage Kaido.
Of course.
So it's just, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, honestly,
Of course.
if you don't have some form of like, Kaido just walking through that shit, he's getting blown back, thrown into a wall, and he walks it off. 'cause he didn't
Yeah,
know
but
it.
I think I'll be honest. I think the only reason why, like, Garp would be able to do it and not Act One Luffy is just because Act One Luffy's just ass. That's it. He's just not strong enough to do it. He's just not strong enough, bro.
I think from the lore around Kaido's durability, I disagree.
No, I mean, I agree. Okay, I agree with that generally. In a general sense, you can't damage Kaido through conventional means. I agree with that. But I think people like a Garp or like the Nika crazy example I brought up, like those are like those are like cases where people's physical ability or like physical strength is just so great that they don't need conventional like unconventional means to damage Kaido. I'm not even saying like through a significant degree. I'm just saying shallow damage. Just do shallow damage to Kaido. Because that's all we're talking about right now. All these niggas are doing at early rooftop is just shallow damage to Kaido. So you don't think a Garp with a Galaxy Impact, no Ryo, he can't even do shallow damage to Kaido. He'll just no-sell the attack. He'll just get hit by it, walk up, like get up.
Yeah, I think he gets pushed into a big hole in the ground and just walks that shit off.
Okay, let me give you another example. All right, just for perspective. All right. So when Kaido fell off the Sky Island, 10,000 meters in the sky, he fell and he said it hurt. He got a splitting headache. He got hurt by it, right? How was he damaged? If all that's happening is just the weight and the gravity from that distance making him like fall down that way and hurting him.
I guess if the thing is like I guess he's wait. Did he say like he was? I guess. Nigga, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I'll give you another example.
That one I don't know about that one.
I'll give you another example.
I don't know if that's damage. I guess.
Queen, the Brachio bomber, that nigga fell from I don't know top of Udon, fell square onto Big Mom's head, and then she said that her head was killing her. Does Queen have Duranic or any way of bypassing durability? Or
what if I argued that wasn't Big Mom in the right mental space, so her durability was down?
I'd say that's bullshit because Luffy was. Yeah, I'd say that's bullshit because Luffy was.
She was in the right mental space.
Yeah, but Big Mom's durability was still active. She still wasn't able to be hurt. Well, Luffy was training his Ryo on Big Mom. He tried to use it. I mean, it was defensively, but.
What if I just say like Brachio Bomber was stronger than any attack Luffy pulled out, and with her lower durability, Queen was able to hurt her, somewhat hurt her, like shadow.
What's her lower durability? Like her no. Because if you ask me, what makes Big Mom so durable is not just her physical body. It's because she's using armament haki all the time. That's what I think personally. I think she's just using a constant state of armament haki and like conquest haki potentially.
I think she can use like armor haki and conquest haki to enhance her durability, but I think the mainstay and the gas of why the Big Mom gets her gas is because of her inherent durability.
Okay, so if it's
inherent, haki, it was just haki. Why isn't Shanks and Mihawk also called fucking like iron balloons and shit? Cause I think we both agree they have better haki than Big Mom.
I mean, I agree. I agree that Big Mom's physical durability is still great. So this is the follow up to that then. Then what makes Big Mom so vulnerable when Mother Caramel's picture's broken?
I think you can just argue that her powers and her like durability is just actually tied to like her mental state. As crazy as that sounds. Cause here's the thing, Sage.
I mean, I agree with that anyway. I agree with that, but for different reasons.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right?
I agree with that for different reasons, as you're saying.
The reason why she gets her gas is also because of haki. Bro, there's no way her fucking falling to her knees makes her get a fucking cut on her knee, bro. If her actual durability was there all the time, there's no way.
I mean, I agree. I agree with that. I think, but I agree for different reasons. I agree that it's due to her mental state, yes, but I think she's just mentally nerfed. Like, Mother Caramel's picture being broken, it just puts her in a severe mental state that she's just weaker than she normally would be. But I don't think I think her actual physical body is just weaker than it normally would be. The same way how Odin got one shot by Kaido. Like, his physical durability is lowered just due to his mental state because he saw Momo, or what he thought was Momo.
Yeah, but I feel like you can't really. I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I just feel like Big Mom's durability. I think the reason why people gas Big Mom's durability is not because of her using haki to amplify her durability. It's just her base natural durability. At that point, everyone's a fucking iron balloon.
I mean, that's the point of armament haki, no? It's meant to make you more durable.
But not everyone is getting the iron balloon claim.
Of course. Like, obviously, Big Mom is like more durable than an actual human. That's 100%. But yeah. I still think, even if you want to say the udon thing, you want to put a question on it, whatever. I mean, I probably could find something where like a regular bullet couldn't damage Big Mom or something. I probably could do that, but I don't know. I can't be bothered to look for it. I can't think of it at the top of my head. I feel like the Kaido falling from the sky is still a good enough example. That nigga fell from the sky, 10,000 meters in the sky. He fell down and he was hurt by it. The nigga said he was hurt. whether you want to take the Viz translation, splitting headache, whatever, the nigga was hurt by it. The nigga held his head, he was hurt. It's shallow. It's very, very little damage, but some way, somehow, he was damaged. So I don't know about this idea that you can the only way to even inflict shallow damage on Kaido is through unconventional means, and that there's no one in the entire verse that can use a conventional mean of damaging Kaido, and it wouldn't work. I don't know if that's true. And I feel like the way that you explain the Dragon Twister really and truly is just AP. I'll be honest. It's just AP.
Mixed with Rio.
It's with Rio, yeah, but it's just AP. It's not actually doing anything to his exterior. It's just
I think it's Rio allowing the AP to matter. That's how I see it.
So what does it do then? It just weakens his exterior.
Whatever it does, however Oda sees it, is how it does. The same way if Garp puts Rio on it, now his AP matters and he can hurt Kaido. Bada bing, bada boom.
I don't know. I don't feel like you've convinced yourself. I'll be real.
I'm not gonna lie, Zage. I feel like you're wrong, bro. I feel like there's enough evidence and bullshit within the story to support me.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean,
bro.
I feel like I can be completely honest, right? I feel like the way that you explain the Rio shit, it's not really what's being shown from a power system point of view. Like when Hyogoro first explained it, the way that he explained it, the first level of Rio is a physical amp. It's using more haki to make your physical punches more powerful. The second level is what's allowing you to get past the exterior to damage them from the interior. That first level of Rio is never explained in a way in which it has a unique way of affecting the exterior of someone's body to make them be able to damage in ways they otherwise wouldn't have if it was just a regular blow. Honestly.
But then,
and you know that's true. And you know that's true.
That's the thing is, like, when you look at characters with like less AP, let's say AP, right? Then characters who can't hurt him, it's like, what the fuck?
I guess Oda just retconned it. I guess, bro. Them niggas just got upskilled.
That's 10 chapters.
Them niggas just got upskilled, bro. Hey, yo, let me tell you with this you know what's so funny, right? Because this upskill shit, like, I'm being a little bit facetious with it, but at the same time, you're gonna have niggas that are gonna tell me, and you're gonna be maybe one of those that entertain those conversations, right? That are gonna tell me that, yo, Loki is damaging this Holy Knight Herald, right? Who's stronger than a Prime Whitebeard that Shanks was able to beat. And because Shanks is able to beat him, he's above Whitebeard. Wouldn't you entertain that conversation?
No, but wait, but I would never use that fucking...
No, I'm not saying that you wouldn't. Can you imagine people saying that?
Yeah, I think that's dumb.
Okay,
to hurt Herald doesn't matter. To me, matters more is if Loki beats this...
Or that beats him. Or beats him.
If he beats him in a 1v1, we're having scary conversations.
Okay, but it would be an upskill, right?
Oh, for sure, nigga.
Okay, so the scavengers just... But it will be an upskill in a manner that you didn't really see, or like it wasn't really portrayed as such before that upskill happened, right? Under this hypothetical.
But I would just argue that, like, Loki has never shown his power. We've had this nigga get gassed, saying this nigga is the strongest person in Elbaf. No one could beat him, this and that. So I feel like if he was able to do that, and all this and that, you can just say maybe Herald was also resisting. So Herald resisting the power, along with Loki having the help of the people around him, and then himself beating Herald, and then Shanks coming in, argue it.
Okay, cool.
That.
But
like,
if
I think there's enough nuance to say, like, Loki obviously at that point in time.
Yeah, he probably didn't do it outright anyway. He probably didn't do it outright.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying for the context of this conversation. I'm just saying as a hypothetical, just for the sake of this conversation, because honestly, like the way that people like draw for these potential upskills, they will go to any lengths, right?
Oh,
if niggas are okay with this in these sorts of conversations, I don't see the problem with the scabbards, unless you're okay with them saying that they have internal Rio, and in that case, I don't know, like shit like the Kawamatsu shit would be a bit weird. Why didn't you not just break his
But I
chains?
feel like I
Maybe
feel
you
like
say it's an outlier. I don't know.
I feel like my line of logic makes more than we go for the scabbard upscale, and the scabbard's not having like gear 4, surpassing, totally eclipsing gear 4 levels of AP. I feel like my logic makes way more
Maybe they'll
sense.
just
than
mental.
now.
Maybe they'll just mental amp.
Kiku mental amp clears gear 4's AP. Let's
well,
be real, nigga.
Yeah, she's fighting
Let's
for.
be real, nigga.
Yeah, she's fighting for her country, bro. She has like Odin's spirit with her.
Aye, bro.
She has Odin's spirit in her heart that's allowed her to go beyond her means. Yeah.
Right.
Why not? If Oda came out today and said that, would you have a problem with it?
If Oda came out and said that Kiku is like rooftop Kiku is stronger than Gear 4 Luffy,
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if I'm talking about AP only. I'm not talking about overall because there's speed and like
It
durability.
has like more AP. Yeah, it has more AP. than
Yeah,
Gear 4 Luffy.
they just okay. Let me put it this way: if Oda came out today and said that the scabbards were able to display greater AP than Act 1 Luffy, not only because of their Ryo, but because the spirit of Odin and the circumstances of who they're fighting has allowed them to go beyond their means, would you have an issue with it?
If he says some bullshit like the will of Odin allow them to go past, then you can say I guess whatever. Like the whatever this will of Odin shit.
Okay.
Is now like a 20 times amp. Sure, let's go with that.
Okay, and in that case, would you have a problem with Zoro just having crazy AP then? Because I feel like it's just the scabbards thing. If the scabbards thing never happened, you'd be okay with saying Zoro just
Yeah,
has
but
AP.
it's there, nigga. It happened, bro. It happened.
I don't know, bro.
So,
Maybe they like that.
Likely, you're cooked, nigga. You're cooked, nigga. You're cooked.
Maybe they just like that.
I do have to go though. My fiance's calling me, so I have to go.
Fair enough, bro. I'll catch you another time.
Catch you later,
Nah,
man.
bro.
Peace, peace, peace.
Oh man. Listen, I've had these Rio battles too many times, man. Too many times. The Odin's Force Ghost, yeah, literally Odin's Force Spirit. That's a crazy pull, Mr. E. Fair enough, bro. Like, that is good ball knowledge. That is amazing ball knowledge. Oh man. Oh man. Anyway. Cool. Last thing on the agenda. Okay, so damn, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Fair enough. Alright, cool. Last thing I wanted to actually speak about, I was seeing this on the timeline, right? On Twitter. And one thing that I've got so bored of, even though I make content on it anyway, because I'll keep it real. Anything about Mihawk, no, look, yeah. This is a little secret. If I make a topic about Mihawk, right, that's just some bullshit, like agenda-driven, community-based topic. If it's a very, very niche, community-based bullshit topic, and it's not super, super informative like the other shit that I put out, I'm content farming. I'll just put it out there, 100%. That last video I done about Mihawk Black Blades, bro, that shit was content farm, 100. That was just content farm. I would not have done that. I would not have done that if niggas weren't saying on a timeline some bullshit like, where's your Black Blade though? Like, Roger versus Mihawk. Mihawk stronger. Why? Where's Roger's Black Blade though? Mihawk versus W versus Zebek. Who's stronger? Mihawk. Why? Where's Zebek's Black Blade though? Like, if I weren't seeing that shit, bro, if I weren't seeing that shit on my timeline, I would never have made that video, bro. Honestly. Honestly, I would have never made that shit. And hey, I made that video and it's done me well. So I ain't complaining. But I'm open secret. If I ever make content like that again, bro, just know it's a content farm. You might enjoy it. I might enjoy making it. But it's content farming, bro. Like, that shit is just easy views. Crazy engagement, mate. But anyway, I was on the timeline and bro, like, these Mihawk combos are so boring, bro. Like, it would just be Mihawk versus Shanks on my timeline every fucking day. That the Mihawk upscale shit. That's the only reason why I did that video. Is the only reason. But yeah. Anyway, so I was on a timeline and every day it's Mihawk versus Shanks, and it's usually the same group of people always doing it on the Shanks side, Mihawk side, or whatever. Nothing against those people. I mean, you can do what you want to do, but it's like I just. Unfortunately, I have to see it on my timeline. Unfortunately, actually, you know what? To be fair, I'm thinking about the solution to this already. I'm just gonna mute Mihawk and Shanks. Like those words, I'm just muting it. Honestly, I would just clear out my timeline. Anything to do with the Mihawk and Shanks, like I just won't see it on my timeline anymore. But honestly, I don't want to see it. But anyway, I saw one guy that has quite a lot of followers anyway, and that guy's a Shanks nigga, and this guy went out and made a whole video about this shit. Marco the Phoenix on Twitter. Nothing bad about that guy. I don't really know him at all, aside from just tweets that I see. I don't even know if I've actually like interacted with any of his tweets. I'm not sure. But anyway, he made a video that I wanted to watch. He titled it "Why Mihawk is Irrelevant." That's what he titled it. So I wanted to. What the fuck? Cool. So I wanted to watch this shit. If this guy copyright strikes me, fair play to him. Fair play to him. But I don't think he will do that. What happened to my shit? There we go. It's not a long video as well. I want to see what this guy's saying. Because like I was saying earlier, like, honestly, like, when it comes to more debatable subjects, I actually don't really care ultimately what the conclusion is, as long as the reasoning behind it is something that I can understand. Like, if I can understand how you got there and it's consistent, and it's consistent with the story, I don't really have a problem with it. Do you know what I mean? But Mihawk vs Shanks is just one of those conversations. I'm so sorry. It's not really debatable. It's kind of not. Like, we make it more of a debate than it needs to be, but it's not really debatable at all. I'll be so raw. But anyway, I'll keep his name on the bottom left so you can see it. But let's watch this shit, man. I want to see what this guy has to say. Bro, off rip. What the hell? Homie. Yes, I'm Dracula Mihawk. Yes, I stalemated Vista. Yes, I paint my black blade. Yes, I let Shanks crack. Okay, what the fuck? Yes, Crocodile stopped my attack. Yes, I'm a fraud. Yes, I cracked Perona. Yes, my best feat is being Don Krieg. Yes, I let the apes. Oh my goodness gracious me! I ain't read this shit. Yeah, this is the Marco guy on Twitter, bro. Just because of like how many followers this guy has it's always on my timeline. So this guy made a whole video about it. Let me see what this guy has to say.
The man who fought Don Krieg and East Blue Zoro. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much all his accomplishments. Oh yeah. He struggled against Vista. These are legitimately the only accomplishments this man has ever done in the entirety of the story of One Piece. Every time we talk about the idea that Mihawk is actually irrelevant, it pops to my head the fact that his entire existence in the story of One Piece is just that Zoro's gonna defeat him. So, and don't you dare compare
Mihawk has no role in the story aside from being a Zoro victim. He's irrelevant. Damn, we're starting off hot.
that fraud Mihawk to the greatness of Zoro, bro. This motherfucker Mihawk is nowhere to be comparable to Zoro, okay, as a character. Zoro
But I need to keep forgetting to unmute, but I'll just say it right here, he's spitting. Zoro, I like Zoro more than Mihawk as well. This part is facts. I can name you 10 characters I like more than Mihawk. I thought about it one time. That guy is probably not a top 10 character for me in terms of characters I like personally. Funnily enough, I like Shanks more than Mihawk as well. So, hey, I'm not really disagreeing here.
Is so far superior as a character in terms of Mihawk's entire existence is just for Zoro to defeat him. So don't you dare compare a fraud like Mihawk to a great character like Zoro, okay? The only purpose for the existence of a character like Mihawk is for one of the protagonists to defeat him eventually. This motherfucker has never been mentioned in any major events. We entered the final saga and Mihawk is nowhere to be seen. We got the famous panel where we got the most important 12 characters in the final saga, and they're not looking for the One Piece, by the way, okay? You cannot tell me Kobe and characters like him are looking for the One Piece. You cannot tell me Shamrock.
I don't know, like, Kobe is a bit debatable because Kobe, I'm pretty sure Kobe outright said during Vegapunk's speech, you can, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not bothered to check, but I'm pretty sure during Vegapunk's speech, Kobe literally said, I have to stop you from getting your dream. How else is Kobe gonna stop Luffy from getting his dream if he doesn't, like, go after it himself? So, maybe. Also, another thing about this argument, because I feel like this is going to delve into this, is that people equate importance within a story to strength. Just because you're a more important character doesn't mean you're stronger. Like, I don't understand this conflation. I literally do not understand this conflation at all. Mihawk is not as important of a character as Doflamingo. In the grand scheme of things, probably isn't. You can argue that. You can argue Doflamingo is a more important character than Mihawk in terms of how he's affected the world of One Piece and how Doflamingo's role has actually influenced the events of the story. It doesn't make him stronger though. So even it being a supporting argument, oh, this guy's more important, it doesn't really mean anything. Buggy is, yeah, same sort of thing. Buggy is stronger than Admirals now, like, because he's more important than them. He's on that double page spread. But Buggy is like a low blow. I don't want to use Buggy of a character that people could just say, oh, but it's just Buggy though. Like, he's a comic relief character or whatever. I don't even want to say that. Do you know what I mean? Like, someone like a Doflamingo is like a real character, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's actually strong, that people could take seriously. You know what I mean? Yeah, who else, bro? Yeah, I can't like how, let's actually have a look. Let's have a look. Sabo is not fucking stronger than Mihawk. Like, I don't give a fuck. Garling has a sword, Mihawk victim by default, thank you very much, that's easy. Shamrock with a sword, thank you very much, very easy. Mihawk stronger than them. Aokiji and Akainu, I guess you could debate that, whatever. That's a bit more debatable. Blackbeard, I guess, same sort of thing, or whatever. But we can already say, bare minimum, 3 of these guys are all weaker than Mihawk. Like, without question. So, I don't know, we'll see.
12 characters in the final saga, and they're not looking for the One Piece, by the way, okay? You cannot tell me Kobe and characters like him are looking for the One Piece. You cannot tell me Shamrock. You cannot tell me characters like him are looking for the One Piece. So don't you dare think of that. And they even, like, Oda included Buggy in this panel. It's just simply to show you that Buggy is far superior as a character. And every time I talk about this, I'm talking about as a character, because I know the only thing that you guys have, that Fraud Mihawk fans have, is the power scaling, and that's it, okay? Because the WSS, WSG for SSS, whatever, okay? So every time I'm talking about these characters, I'm talking about their importance and their
I can't lie, that took me a second to realize what he meant. WSS, I was thinking, what the fuck? He's talking about the title. I didn't even... Bro, I can't lie, I don't know why it took me a minute to deep what he just said. Too used to seeing that in text form.
major involvement in the story of One Piece, and now we enter the final saga and Mihawk is nowhere to be seen, bro. Can you imagine that the only time we ever saw Mihawk in a major event was Marineford? And guess what? This motherfucker ran from Vista and ran from Shanks, okay? I even forgot the name of Shanks because that's how inferior Mihawk is when it comes to Shanks and these great characters, okay? And I'm not even a Shanks.
Okay, is this video gonna be a power scaling video, or is it just gonna be a Mihawk character like slander video? I don't understand why Mihawk stalemate in Vista has anything to do with this character. I actually have no clue what the relevance is. Like at all. What's the relevance of that at all? I don't get it. I actually do not. I do not understand that at all. Also, as for the whole Mihawk not choosing to fight Shanks thing, it's such a tired argument. It's such a bad argument. We already knew, beginning of the story, chapter 96. Mihawk doesn't want to fight him. If Mihawk doesn't want to fight a one-armed man anymore, doesn't want to settle things that they had in the past, why the hell would he want to fight him in Marineford? He's already said he doesn't want to fight him anymore. Why does it matter when he said again that he doesn't want to fight him? He just said it twice. I don't want to fight Shanks. Also, he was okay with fighting Whitebeard, who everyone thought was the world's strongest man. But because he doesn't want to fight Shanks, that means something to do with power scaling. I don't get it. I don't get it. If anything, with the way these guys are saying it, Mihawk is more interested in fighting Whitebeard than he is fighting Shanks because Whitebeard is the world's strongest man. Low key, if I want to turn this argument on its head, Mihawk, he literally said in that same panel, sorry, I'm okay with fighting Whitebeard. I didn't sign up to fight Shanks though. So this is stupid. This is a horrible.
Fan at this point, like I'm not even a Shanks point. I'm not even a Shanks fan, bro. I'm just speaking facts right now because
that's cap. Just say you're a Shanks fan, bro. Everyone's a Shanks fan. I'm a Shanks fan. Most people like Shanks. Let's keep it real, bro. Like, you don't have to... I hate when these niggas do this shit. They try and make it seem as if they don't like that character that much. Or whatever. Bro, there's nothing wrong with it. Just say that you like Shanks. It's alright, bro. Like, Shanks stan. Maybe you're not a Shanks stan. Like, you're not some crazy fanatic. Fair enough.
Think about any major event that ever happened in One Piece. Mihawk is nowhere to be seen, bro. We got Wano, Mihawk is nowhere to be seen. We enter the final saga, Mihawk is nowhere to be seen.
Is Marineford not a major event in the story? Is it not the greatest war that happened in the Great Pirate Era? Isn't it the greatest war that has happened in the current story so far? Mihawk was there. Let me actually read this to what he just said, just to see if Marineford counts.
Think about any major event that ever happened in One Piece.
Marineford counts as a major event, right?
Mihawk is nowhere to be seen, bro. We got Wano, Mihawk.
Was Mihawk not in Marineford? Am I tripping? Did I make it up? Was I like dreaming Mihawk was in one of those panels in Marineford? I must have been tripping.
Is nowhere to be seen. We enter the final saga, Mihawk is nowhere to be seen. We got the most important panel, or the panel of the most important characters in the final saga, and Oda he's simply given us the fact that Mihawk is not a major character. He's irrelevant in the story. He's irrelevant. Do you know why Mihawk was nowhere to be seen in any major events in the final saga, and any major events and any major involvement in any great storyline in One Piece? Because he's irrelevant. His entire existence in the story of One Piece.
He's still going on about this point. That's wrong. You know what's up, bro? That double page spread about the one who lays claim to the One Piece. It's literally just another, like, the One Piece is real type of moment. That's basically what Vegapunk did, right? So, if those are the cast of characters that are important in the final saga, for the ones that are going to be involved in the events against those, or will be amongst those that are going after the One Piece, how's that any different to what Doflamingo said about who rules that stretch of sea? How's that any different? Literally,
literally Doflamingo, his whole speech with Suru was about how there hasn't been someone that has sat on the throne, and that this has become, because of after Whitebeard's passing, there's now a power vacuum, and it's now the greatest battle for supremacy in pirate kind. And Mihawk's in that panel, the Supernova in that panel, the Dragons in that panel, the Revolutionaries, the Marines are in that panel. What are we doing here? Honestly, what are we doing here? It's as if we just remove all context from anything that's said to make it seem as though these panels like supersede things in importance. And I'm not even like contesting with the idea that Mihawk is like a super important character in terms of the world events of the story, but this is a dumb argument. I'll literally pull it up right now. How is this any different to what Doflamingo said? How is this any different? Who rules this stretch of waters? Is it one of the 4 emperors? Is it one of the 7 warlords? Is it maybe one of those brats of the worst generation? The Marines reign supreme on the sea, and the revolutionary army is stocked up with fighters to be reckoned with. And the people of DU who have smoldered away beneath the currents of history. It's been 25 years since Gold Roger became the first man to conquer the Grand Line, and his rival Whitebeard sat before the throne, but never upon it. And what about now? The number of pirates has swelled, but there's still just one seat sitting empty. This is going to kick off the greatest battle for power in the history of pirate kind. Is Mihawk not right here? Is he not part of Buggy's crew? What? I don't understand. Like, what is he expecting? I don't get it. Like, is his point saying that like that Mihawk is not gonna be involved in the major saga, like in the final saga? Oh, I don't get it. Like, this is horrible, man. Honestly.
Piece is because Zoro is gonna eventually defeat him, and that is it. And guess what? Mihawk fans still had hope that this fraud is gonna eventually show up in a major event and an involvement in a major storyline. And guess what? He was nowhere to be seen. We got this amazing flashback where we've seen pretty much all the great characters. It was involving all the great characters in One Piece. You got your Lokis, Harolds, that's in Elbaf, and Ada and Hyrule and all these guys, right? And you got Rocks and all his pirates. You got Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shiki, Silver Axe, Captain Joan, Gloriosa, even you can include Shaki. You got Roger, Rayleigh, Gaban, you got Garling, you got all the Holy Knights. We even got the kids like Dragon, Blackbeard, Shanks. And do you know why we got Dragon, Blackbeard, Shanks and this flashback as a build, as a character development for them to be included in the final saga? We got him and we didn't get Mihawk because Mihawk is irrelevant. Keep that in mind. You have to stick this in your head, bro. You have to realize that he is irrelevant. And I was even seeing some people.
Bro, this guy is preaching cap. Can't lie, bro. Like, he's preaching nothing right now. You know what's so funny? Like, cool. Because even though Mihawk's involvement in the greater events of One Piece is pretty limited, right? Whenever he actually has made a move, it actually has quite a lot to do with Luffy. If you actually really think about it. He meets Zoro in Baratie. He's impressed by Zoro's spirit that he's willing to die rather than be defeated. He meets Luffy, who is Zoro's captain, who dreams of becoming Pirate King. He's reminded of Shanks' story about meeting a little boy, and he thinks that it's Luffy that Shanks was referring to. He meets Shanks to tell him about that, and the next time that Mihawk makes a move in the story is after Crocodile was defeated, where Mihawk goes to Marijawa, where the warlords have now met up. And the only reason why Mihawk is there is because the topic of conversation concerned Luffy. So Mihawk is now interested in Luffy and his developments. Fast forward to Marineford, where he's now okay with fighting the world's strongest man, but not okay with fighting Shanks, because Shanks is stronger than Mihawk apparently.
right? Even though World's Strongest Man, but maybe Shanks not a man. I don't know. Mihawk targets Luffy to test Luffy to see if he is the man of fate and if his fate would allow him to survive Mihawk's Black Blade. And when Mihawk saw that test go through and Luffy survived the Black Blade, which resulted in Vista helping Luffy, against Mihawk, Mihawk is the one to tell us that that he has the greatest power, which is to make people into his allies. Huh. One of the core traits that makes Luffy a conqueror is communicated to us through Mihawk's lens. Huh. Like, all this is like from an irrelevant character. That's kind of crazy. This might have been the most that an irrelevant character's ever done. I don't know.
They were clinging on the fact that I swear, once we entered the God Valley, I've seen some of the Holy Knights were standing there, like in back, like at the back or something like that. It was a panel where you can see like the Holy Knights from the back. Some of them were pointing at one of the Holy Knights saying, "This motherfucker is Mihawk." That's how desperate they are, because
I can't lie, he's cooking it. I can't lie, he's cooking it, bro. Yo, I can't lie, some Mihawk niggas were trying to push this shit that he was in. Like, he was like a Holy Knight at the age of 3. Nah, I don't know, bro. I wasn't one of them niggas, but I saw niggas, they were trying to push that shit. This shit was funny, I'll be real.
because their character is irrelevant. You have to keep that in mind. Mihawk's entire existence, entire involvement in the story is because eventually Zoro is gonna defeat him. And he is somewhat relevant because one of the most important characters in One Piece, the great Zoro himself, is involved with this irrelevant motherfucker, and that is the only reason why a character like Mihawk can be somewhat relevant in the story of One Piece. You have to keep that in mind. Once we entered the final saga of One Piece, Oda simply given you a panel where it shows that these are the most important characters in the final saga. And you cannot tell me that these characters weren't the One Piece. There's no connection between...
Is this all he's gonna say for the rest of the video? Like, he's just looping a bad
the
take.
One Piece, bro. You cannot tell me Shamrock giving you you cannot tell me Akainu wants the One Piece, bro. Just think for a second. Thinking, right? Because your mind doesn't work for a second, because that's a privilege you never do, okay? You never have. Think for a second. This panel, Oda giving us this panel telling us that he is irrelevant because these are the most important 12 characters in the final saga. And if you don't believe that, because Oda knew that some bums did not believe that Mihawk is irrelevant from this panel. They were making excuses that, oh my god, but this, that. Mihawk doesn't care about, he doesn't care about the One Piece, blah, blah, blah. This motherfucker's only relevance in the story because he is part of a Yonko crew which Buggy created. Can you believe?
Buggy created. I feel like this guy's hate. You know what? Let me not say hate. But I feel like this agenda he's trying to push right now is clouded his mind so much that he just forgot that Crocodile and Mihawk came up with that shit. I think he said Buggy created Cross Guild. What the hell?
That Mihawk's entire existence in the story at this moment, and why we even talk about him, is because he's with Buggy. That is it. Like, Buggy is so far superior as a character, and it is like not comparable at this. And then if Oda knew, some bums wouldn't believe that, and they're gonna make.
All right, whatever. I can't lie, I wasted my own time. I should not have watched that shit. What the hell? I apologize. I apologize for the last 15-20 minutes. Genuinely, I apologize. I actually wasted you getting this time, bro. That was a horrible watch. That was a horrible watch, man. Genuinely. That was such a bad watch. This guy was saying nothing, man. Saying nothing. Yo, I need to watch something else to like just to like, get rid of this shit like from my mind right now, man. Honestly. Oh my goodness, that was a horrible watch, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And don't let him try to like gaslight you as well by saying that this is not because of a Mihawk vs Shanks debate. Like, bro will be crying when Oda uses Mihawk again. We'll cry and laughter once Oda uses him like Buggy. You're so mad. I'm not even a Mihawk fan, but you don't have any good arguments, and you repeated he's nowhere to be seen in major events, and his only existence to beat Zoro 5 times in a minute. I can't believe people actually watch this in normal speed for 8 minutes straight. I can't lie. Stick a spin, Yo, on my life, this guy literally communicated exactly how I felt right now. Oh my goodness, that was so bad. Oh, that was so bad, man. Like, fuck. If Copium was a video of Mihawk is never shown to try out all of Mihawk, Shanks is forever his victim. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so I sat through a painful 8 minutes of you repeating the same 5 things just to sound silly, so I'll just quickly debunk all your points. This might be lengthy, but I'm sure you can manage to read it. You know, honestly, I'm gonna actually give this guy the time. Whoa, I took that shit all the way back. Oh my goodness. I was about to say I was gonna take the time to read this shit, but I don't know if I could read all of this, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is... Oh god. Alright, let me try to like skim read some of this shit. Alright, Marineford, you say that Mihawk ran from Vista and ran from Shank. This simply never happened. Okay, this is not relevant. But Mihawk even got intercepted and blocked by Crocodile and Mr. One, who was protecting Luffy like Vista. Does that make him look like a bum? I guess, but makes Big Mom and Kizaru Marco level because they also clashed equally one time. I mean, seriously. Like, the thing is important to people, panel. Okay, yes, nobody argues that Mihawk is the most important character in the story, but he is becoming even more relevant as the story progresses. Mihawk comes under Buggy as the strongest force in Cross Guild by a country mile. Alright, Mihawk's character is rubbish. I hate this because has the story ended? True. We still have hundreds of chapters left of the story. Mihawk still hasn't even been fleshed out yet. We don't know his origins, his flashback, blah blah blah. Alright. Zoro's only purpose is to lose Zoro. He's irrelevant. We've already gone over why Mihawk is becoming more relevant as he's part of Crossfield as their major powerhouse. Also, we still don't know nothing about him. His flashback and history can make him incredibly important, but anyways, that's true. Yes, Mihawk lives as the world's strongest swordsman to lose to Zoro, but that in of itself makes him relevant to the story because without him, Zoro can't accomplish his dream. Alright, Mihawk is in no major flashbacks. How does this mean that he's irrelevant? Mihawk is written as a character to not care about worldly affairs. Yeah, I can't lie, that's like the bottom line. Honestly, that's the bottom line. That's literally the bottom line. The bottom line is Mihawk is written as a character to not care about worldly affairs. And when he has cared about worldly affairs, it's literally attached to Luffy. Like, bro, one of the major times he's been attached to worldly affairs, like going to Marijoa with the meeting with the warlords, is literally because it involved Luffy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll be real. Like, look, there was another video I wanted to watch as well, but I don't really feel like I want to do that anymore, because it's gonna be the same sort of shit that I just heard right now. That was a bad watch. That was horrible. Genuinely horrible. Like, that was a horrible watch, man. Fuck. Oh man. But look, man, like, look, this Mihawk shit is tiresome. And as we speak right now, I'm gonna mute Mihawk and Shanks from my timeline, because it is some of the most annoying conversations ever. And it's just, Mihawk is the strongest swordsman, Shanks is a swordsman, but maybe he has other things. But maybe Shanks is the world's strongest swordsman, maybe the title doesn't even matter. Like, holy crap, bro, that is such a bad watch. That's the thing about One Piece YouTube. I'll be real, like, there's only a few people that I can take seriously on this shit, bro. Honestly, like, and I'll always say this, I can disagree with a video, but if what you're saying, like, I can understand it, like, you have a real reason for saying what you're saying, like, you know what I'm saying, you could show me a panel for why you think this, cool. I'll entertain and listen to your conversation. Shit like this is not even worth it, man. Like, honestly, like, this guy will go on Twitter and just say a bunch of bullshit, and this is the reason why he's saying it. Honestly, how can you engage in a bro, like, and look, I'm not even trying to single him out on some personal shit. Like, it's nothing personal. I don't hate this guy at all. I don't dislike him. I don't know him. Alright, so I'm not even trying to make this personal. I'm not trying to, like, affect his craft, whatever. He can do what he wants to do. But bro, like, that's the reason why these Mihawk convos are so boring, because people that are like anti-Mihawk, or at the very least, like, see him as weaker than what he really is, they don't really engage in the conversation from a sense of a power scaling sense. They engage in the conversation of shit like this. Oh, he's not relevant, therefore he's weaker. Like, that's literally the crux of it. He's not as relevant as this person, therefore he's weaker, or whatever. It's such a bad faith, bad bullshit argument. It doesn't come from anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't actually engage with the conversation at hand. You know, I'll literally, this reminds me, I was having a conversation with one guy. Shout out to him. He spoke to me like a few years ago, and we spoke on a video. It's a little debate, Mihawk versus Shanks or whatever. And he thought Shanks was stronger. He told me his reasons why, right? Ultimately, I feel like over the years, he came back to me and he said, yeah, my perspective of it is different. I feel like what you said has kind of changed my mind a little bit or whatever. And even though he feels like Mihawk is stronger than Shanks, or he feels like that's the case because of how present Shanks is in the story, how present Shanks' power is presented in the story, he feels like, look, the only way I can really feel this to be true is if Shanks displays a whole new fighting style that has nothing to do with the sword. If that guy does what Roger did in God Valley and his strongest attack is coming from the sword, I'm going to throw the gloves up, hang it up, Mihawk is stronger than him, there's nothing to argue. And I said to him, I was like, look, you know what? Fair enough, man. Like, you could feel what you want to feel, but at the very least, like, you're engaging in the conversation. You see why, in the present time, these arguments don't make sense. And I can shake on it because I know he knows this is not coming from, like, a legitimate argument in the sense of something that's actually displayed in the story. It's a personal theory of his, for lack of a better term, that's coming from how he feels about this character that's showing their strength being very present in the story, and that's how he feels. Fair enough, man. Let time run its course. He'll see the light anyway. You know what I mean? Things like that, I'm okay with having those conversations, even though I vehemently disagree with that sort of position anyway, that having that sort of conclusion. At the very least, it's honest. I can take that. You know what I'm saying? Shit like this is some shit I just don't want to hear. It's the most aggravating shit to listen to. It's such a bad listen. Honestly, it's such a bad thing to hear, man. Like, I'll hear this guy ramble about relevancy, and like other people will do shit where they say, oh, like, swordsmanship is more nuanced and they're really trying to make it seem to be when it really isn't. And you come up with some bullshit like this. This is a horrible watch, man. Horrible watch. This reminds me of, like, let me you know what? Because time has passed, I feel like this is alright. This is alright for me to bring up. I didn't really want to do this at the time, but fuck it, I don't mind doing it now. Oh man. Where is it? Oh man. This guy Brago got killed for this shit, man. He got killed for this shit. And I can't say I agree with how people went about it, but I'll be real. That whole thing that he was talking about with swordsmanship off the rocks was hilarious, bro. I didn't even get to I just saw the clips. I didn't get to watch it on stream, but this is the shit that I be talking about, bro. Where it's just bad faith arguments, bad faith, horrible, man, horrible shit. But this is more in line of something I'm tolerating. I would rather listen to this than listen to that other shit. I'm so sorry, man. This is horrible. Let me remind myself on what this nigga was saying, because honestly, that shit was bad at the time. I remember he got killed for this shit.
Ship is like this is very akin to divine departure. A lot of people were celebrating because they felt like the conversation was over. You ever wonder about how to get your business online without the headache? I did. Store feature, I said what? Because their ship. Now the other side starts thinking any side is going to give way. Either way, so one side thought the conversation was over. This is the nail in the coffin. The Viz translation now comes out and it changes things to say rocks, sword attacks, as opposed to swordsmanship. Now the other side starts to celebrate because they're like, well, see, it's not.
Okay, but it does say swordsmanship. Even if you want to say, even if, Stephen Paul, the Viz translator, even if he wants to say sword attacks, okay, fair enough. That's still fine. You can still say sword attacks. It still means the same shit. And if you want to be extra literal with it, it says swordsmanship anyway. That's literally what the word for it means. It's sword skill, swordsmanship. It's the same thing. It's funny.
Now, swordsmanship is sword attacks. Very insane semantics. Then we have Sandman AP. He comes out, then he says, well, actually, the correct translation, it boils down, and ultimately it is swordsmanship. And he says 3 Japanese native speakers come out, and they've confirmed that it is swordsmanship. So, upscale for another character. And I think genuinely we always go by what the official translation says, but we defer to Sandman because he's a native speaker. So it is swordsmanship. So again, where do we go from here? Ultimately, it's the same thing. I don't think we go anywhere. We're going to go in circles as we always have, with both sides picking whomever they feel like is better. But let's try to break it down. Let's try to make sense of it, because we're going to compare Rox's style to even...
Cool. He wants to try to make sense of it, right? Look, yeah. I know Brago, he doesn't feel overly... Well, actually, I don't know if this is true. I was going to say he's not overly, invested in this conversation, but the nigga still makes content about it. He cares enough to make content about it because he knows it's a subject of conversation that niggas engage with quite a bit. So he feels like it's relevant enough to upload on his channel. That in of itself is enough for him to say, for me to say that he cares about this conversation at least a little bit, right? So if he's trying to engage with the conversation, I'm trying to see if this nigga is gonna engage with it faithfully. And that's why the reactions to After God Valley and how people were kind of gunning at Braga after this, I can't really blame them at the heart of where they're coming from. I can't really blame them for it, because you can't on one hand say what I'm about to watch you say, and then on the other hand afterwards say I don't really give a fuck about the convo and the overall topic like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Other swordsmen, and kind of explore if it's an evolution of hockey swordplay or a whole new beast, and what it means for One Piece's power scale. I want to preface this by saying ultimately
because Stephen Paul is an agent of chaos and he's just completely unaware. I guess, yeah. I guess at times. But Steven Paul is incredible. He's a credible translator. He's pretty good.
Doesn't really matter because whether Mihawk is stronger or Shanks is stronger, I don't think it changes anything for the narrative of the story. However, it would do a lot for these massive fan bases and just how much bad blood has been between them for several years. And Oda's not innocent in any of this. I think Oda and
Okay, wait 1 second. Let me speed shit up.
enjoys the conversation and he feeds into it. But let's continue. So chapter 1155 lays it out clear. Rox's swordsmanship is not about just clean cuts. It's about destruction. His swings, it sends shockwaves that smash everything like a giant hammer or a cannon blast. So you gotta just picture it, right? Rox swings his blade, the ground splits, buildings collapse, and enemies, they get almost just thrown without a single slice. Now, this is not Mihawk with precision and carving ships or Odin slashing Kaido. It's like Garp level chaos, just with a blade. This chapter implies that he's wrecking the gates of justice, an island-sized structure 56 years ago, taking out a marine admiral, kidnapping 5 kings like it's nothing. Honestly, Rox is like a natural disaster, but conversation for another day. His style is raw, unfiltered power, and Rox doesn't need to necessarily cut to dominate. His blade is a tool for his monstrous strength and hockey, turning every swing into an explosion. It's why he was a nightmare. Maybe even scarier than Roger in just pure destruction. But how does this stack up against the swordsmanship that we know? Now, classic swordplay. Dracula Mihawk is the world's strongest swordsman. He's the gold standard. In chapter 561, his Yoru slices an insane iceberg, clean in half, no wasted motion. His style's all about precision, using hockey, and again, we're assuming what a black blade will be, but his black blade, however it was crafted, is unbreakable and deadly. Zoro's on the same path, and he's aiming to topple Mihawk. And Zoro, like Mihawk, has pinpoint accuracy and insane power. Ryuma was the same way, right? But these guys live by a certain code. Cut what you want, spare what you don't. Their hockey, armament, conquerors, enhances the edge. It is a part of their style. It is intertwined. Zoro's Enma pulling out his hockey, slices Kaido, even Zoro taps into Conqueror's hockey in 1010. It's about amplifying his techniques already. It is a part of his swordsmanship. Rox, though, we don't have enough, but it's still swordsmanship. Rox isn't alone in this style, though. Chapter 1155 hints that Roger and Shanks, they have similar vibes, where they don't always cut, it's a shockwave, where they can even split the sky with Conqueror's hockey. Blades don't touch, and, Shanks was the same in Elbaf. Divine Departure, destroying Kid, it's like with a hockey force, but it's still swordsmanship. But they wield their swords like warhammers, right? Channeling their King's hockey into explosive area of effect attacks. Now, at its core, I think even more, it's funny that we're talking about swordsmanship because I think the more important thing here could be where Roger got his.
I feel like he's telling on himself. Like, he's telling on himself, like, quite a bit here. Because I know what he's about to say afterwards, but I actually didn't watch this section. Or this entire thing at all, if I'm being quite honest. So this is the first time actually hearing the full context of his explanation. To be quite fair here, right? I feel like he's telling on himself here. Because him saying that, like, Rox is using his sword as a tool to create destruction. Okay, I mean, that's interesting language. I mean, I understand where you're trying to lead it to, just based on how many times these conversations have been had. But I can use the same language for Zoro. The guy uses a tool to make precision cuts. I don't know, like, and he still said and acknowledges that all this is swordsmanship. Like, so if you still consider all this as swordsmanship, like, you're kind of telling on yourself right now. Like, I don't know where this divide that he later on establishes even comes from at this point. Why does it matter that one is a cutting and one is blowing things away if it's ultimately still swordsmanship? I don't know.
His divine departure from, because the stance is very similar to Rox's. And Shanks, he obviously got it from Roger when he was younger. Now, unlike Mihawk, none of these three, Rox, Roger, or Shanks, have black blades. And black blades, we're not sure exactly what they come from, but it is the peak of swordsmanship. So here's where we are in the conversation. We have swordsmanship that people look at in a specific way, considering how things have been worded in the story. Then we have people who are digging a bit deeper and piecing things together to understand that swordsmanship and certain skills are not separate, but they are all one, and therefore there isn't any separation. And that's basically the Mihawk side and the Shanks side. I had an interesting experiment by asking a lot of people who felt like Mihawk is stronger.
Wait, hold on. Let me actually, like, digest fully what you just said.
And piecing things together to understand that swordsmanship, considering how things have been worded in the story. Then we have people who are digging a bit deeper and piecing things what they come from, but it is the peak of swordsmanship. So here's where we are in the conversation. We have swordsmanship that people look at in a specific way, considering how things have been worded in the story. Then we have people who are digging a bit deeper.
So people that look at swordsmanship a bit differently because of how things have been worded in the story. Okay.
And piecing things together to understand that swordsmanship and certain skills are not separate, but they are all one, and therefore there isn't any separation. And that's basically the Mihawk side and the Shanks side. I had an interesting experiment by asking a lot of people who felt like Mihawk is stronger than Shanks. How did they feel once they were reading through the story? Did they always feel like Mihawk was stronger than Shanks? And overwhelmingly, a lot of people said no. I think that's very important to understand as a Mihawk fan, and even if you feel like you're advanced in your level of thinking with swordsmanship and how it bleeds into One Piece and sword styles, how most fans are interpreting the story, most people are looking at it from the fact of how does it feel to me. I think One Piece is an extremely nuanced.
That's fair enough. Look, that's fair enough. I don't think that most people go into reading a battle shonen or watching a battle shonen anime or any combat-based anime or show in general for that matter and start power scaling shit in their head. I could be watching the MCU feeling like Hulk is the strongest guy because of Hulk smash, not knowing that like Kevin Feige has said that Captain Marvel is now the strongest person in the MCU. I could have watched it not knowing that. I could have felt that Hulk was just the strongest because of how physically dominating and how Hulk has appeared in other medium to be very, very strong. So my preconceived notions made me feel that way because of, Hulk is always the guy they relied on for the brute strength or whatever. But Captain Marvel, or Thor even, I could have felt like Thor was the strongest. He's a god of thunder. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nigga's crazy. Or whatever. Bring me Thanos. And then Kevin Feige, not knowing Kevin Feige said that Captain Marvel was introduced as the strongest person in the MCU. So really and truly, what you feel and what is true is two completely different things. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, so even this anecdotal example that he's bringing up about, did these Mihawk fans always think that Mihawk was stronger? And they felt like, no. Why is that even important anyway? Like, in terms of getting to the truth. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know. And also there's some people, like, for example, me, I never felt like Shanks was... I didn't even... You know what's so crazy? I feel like you need to think about it more. Or maybe this is just from my experience. From my experience of watching One Piece, right? I feel like, and this was my genuine reaction to hearing people for the first time say Shanks is stronger than Mihawk. I genuinely felt like niggas were just reading into it too much, or they're just looking for something I didn't see. Because I just saw a nigga called the world's strongest swordsman and a nigga with a sword that's been fighting with a sword this whole time. I didn't even think about anything more than that. Maybe that was too surface level. That was my initial reaction coming into this community. I'll be so raw. And then I hear the reasons for why they're saying Shanks is stronger, and I'm thinking, what the fuck, this is a load of bullshit. I'll be so raw.
Series, and in general, most things will not have a correct answer. It will just have answers based on perspective. And I think for Shanks fans, a lot of them feel like Shanks is stronger, but can't necessarily prove that he's stronger because ultimately Shanks is a swordsman. I feel like for a lot of Mihawk fans, they're looking at the letter of the law, saying Mihawk is the world's strongest swordsman, and there's no dispute from Oda on that front. But again...
But fair enough. Look, if the conversation ended right there where he just said, fair enough, right? If people feel like Shanks is stronger than Mihawk, despite acknowledging that he's a swordsman that would fall under Mihawk's title because of X, Y, Z reasons that are not necessarily established within the story as of yet, and they just feel that way, and the conversation ended that way, fair enough. Honestly, I would have no problems because there's nothing to argue at that point. I'm not arguing with you at that point. You feel what you want to feel, the conversation dies. Now, I can have a conversation maybe to try change your mind. I could try to change your mind based on what Braga literally just said right here, like based on the letter of the law, the series or whatever, how he phrased it. I can do that to try to change your mind. But genuinely speaking, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But I feel like where things go astray is that despite Shanks niggas feeling what they feel, which they're totally entitled in feeling that way, they don't actually acknowledge the current evidence presented. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You can feel whatever you want to feel. Who cares what you feel? Do you acknowledge what's being said here as true as of now? Those are two totally different things.
Like Shanks is stronger, but can't necessarily prove that he's stronger because ultimately Shanks is a swordsman. I feel like for a lot of Mihawk fans, they're looking at the letter of the law, saying...
So yeah, like if you can't prove it, then acknowledge you can't prove it, and just say that it's just my personal headcanon and opinion. I don't even want to say headcanon. It gives off negative connotations that it's like some made up shit. Like, let me not even like use the word headcanon, right? Let me just say like, it's just, I don't know, like, it's just a feeling, an illogical feeling. I just feel like Shanks' strength that's overly present in the story. It just gives me that vibe that he's stronger than Mihawk. I can't necessarily prove it though with a statement or anything like this because he's a swordsman though. But I don't know. But they don't actually acknowledge what's being said though. That's the problem.
Mihawk is the world's strongest swordsman, and there's no dispute from Oda on that front. But again, we cannot forget how the story makes it seem as you're going through it, as opposed to revisionist history, and then piecing things together, then coming to a conclusion. For one, I understand when it gets into the weeds of power scaling, why a lot of people would go deeper and further to prove their point and to prove why Mihawk is stronger, but you cannot completely dismiss the nuance of the story and also how people feel about things, which is, I think, is okay as well. Now, for the side of Mihawk, I think there's obviously no dispute. Swordsmanship is clear. He is the pinnacle. So technically, if you own a blade, if you fight primarily using a blade, Mihawk is number one. Of course, I think with Rocks and his swordsmanship, using that as a Mihawk upscale, I think it's hilarious considering that Mihawk wasn't even alive. However, I do...
And I agree with that. I 100% agree with that part as well. Niggas trying to push, like, world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk is above Zebek inherently. Like, that's some bullshit. Like, Zebek's not even around. I agree with that.
Understand the sentiment. But if you're a swordsman and you're alive today, Mihawk is number one. Of course, I think with Rocks and his swordsmanship, using that as a Mihawk upscale, I think it's hilarious considering that Mihawk wasn't even alive. However, I do understand the sentiment. But if you're a swordsman and you're alive today, technically you fall under Mihawk's blade. A popular argument is the separation of sword skill and haki. And the difference between Shanks and Mihawk comes from, well, Mihawk is more skilled, Shanks has more haki, so therefore Shanks is stronger. The flaw in this argument is that it's difficult to discern sword skill and separate sword skill from haki. And I don't think Oda has done a great job of building that up. And so far, when we look at sword skill and swordsmanship in general, it is difficult to separate haki from such. So the hope was, with Oda giving some more context on Rocks' style, he was going to start to evolve the idea of swordsmanship to make it somewhat more clear-cut and easier for fans to decide or discern who is stronger as opposed to going off feelings and technicalities. I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think that's interesting for the story. I think the back and forth, the rivalry, makes things even more interesting. One thing as well I'll say for Mihawk is that he has a black blade, the strongest blade in the
Okay, so hold on. This video came out when? 4 months ago. July. Alright, so beginning of the Loki flashback, Loki Harold Zebek flashback. Alright, so I'm guessing he made this video literally right after the chapter where the narrator says this about Zebek's swordsmanship. I'm guessing this is when he made that. So if the hope, as he put it, was that he will evolve Rox's swordsmanship or whatever, or maybe Roger's, and now that we have seen it, we've seen what they do when they go all out. If you're in good faith, how do you not come out from that with the conclusion, okay, maybe what I thought is some bullshit, instead of looking for another pivot? What's the new pivot? This is the problem with these conversations. Niggas don't have this shit in like good faith. Even if you wanted to feel this way, I feel like this is why I feel like with Braga, and I'm actually so glad that I watch this shit now when this isn't really as hot of a topic anymore, because I don't really want to be fueling flames on an already toxic conversation a month ago, honestly. But now that the, like, you know what I'm saying, like, calmer heads, relatively speaking, is not as that I mean, it can only get calm to a certain point, but relatively speaking to a month ago, I genuinely feel like he's telling on himself. Like, honestly, there's no way you can rewatch. There's no way Brago could not rewatch what he said out of his own mouth and not come to a conclusion. He just told on himself. Literally.
And technicalities. More clear-cut and easier for fans to decide or discern who is stronger as opposed to going off feelings and technicalities. I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think that's interesting for the story. I think the back and forth, the rivalry, makes things even more interesting. One thing as well I'll say for Mihawk is that he has a black blade, the strongest blade in the story, and he is the only character alive to have a black blade. It's funny because someone had mentioned on a stream recently that black blades are at the same place that Conqueror's Haki was, where we didn't know exactly what it was. It was somewhat downplayed because we didn't know exactly what it was, but eventually it got fleshed out, and now we understand that if you have Conqueror's Haki, the level that you can attain. And they're saying black blades, they're in the same boat right now. I somewhat agree with that because, yes, black blades are downplayed because we don't know what it is, which if something is that rare, it should be celebrated. It should be understood that this is something that is the pinnacle and it should not be questioned. But I argue that there is a difference where the black blade's rarity hurts its case, even as much as it helps it. Because the difference between Conqueror's Haki is that we didn't respect Conqueror's Haki because of what it could do. We respected Conqueror's Haki because of who had it. It felt like the powers that be, the who's who of the One Piece world, they had Conqueror's Haki. So therefore, it was understood this is a power that the top tiers in the world and they use, and so therefore this is important and should be recognized as such. For black blades, Yes, it is a rarity. It should be championed. But because it's so rare, it creates such an overwhelming discussion in Mihawk's favor that technically it upscales Mihawk over every swordsman that we've seen in the story with the likes of Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, even Rox, because they did not achieve Black Blades. And so for a lot of fans, it's an insane jump to make to say, well, Mihawk at his current time, at his current power, he is upscaled over Roger, Rox, Rayleigh, Odin, simply because he has a Black Blade. Whereas personally, I think the Black Blade would be respected even more if other people have it, even though rarity is something that should be celebrated. Might not be fair, but I think it kind of is what it is based on.
And I kind of agree with this sentiment as well. Like, I've already made a video about like why there's a Black Blade problem thanks to Mihawk, and it's for this exact reason. That the only reason why, okay, I don't even think it's a problem in of itself, but it has become a problem because of these interpretations that Brago is literally just illustrating. You see what I'm saying? And I kind of do agree with that sentiment. The sentiment of Conqueror's Haki was famed, or like it was, you know, put on high regard because of who had it. But because there are certain people that are portrayed in the story to be of the highest caliber of fighters that don't have this shit, it doesn't make it seem as though this shit, that being the Black Blade, is a prerequisite to be on that tier of power or beyond. And it's not currently presented that way as well. So I'm being completely fair. Like, I actually agree with that part of it as well. The only thing is where I may disagree with him is I can see the avenue, and I can, even though I disagree with it currently, I can see it potentially being the case. It's possible. I wouldn't say it's probable, but I'd say it's possible. Because at the end of the day, Zoro's progression through his swordsmanship are always power-based. Him getting a Black Blade is going to be a progression of his power. You see what I'm saying? So if his progression of his power is going to be, and a part of it is going to be through the Black Blade, then how that's going to ultimately be presented might actually just put Mihawk in better light when it's all said and done. It might not be consistent with past portrayal of the story in comparison to other top tiers, but at the end of the day, the finished product is the finished product. We're just not there yet. And that's why I'm not willing to make that leap that some people have made. And I'll put this, and I see the same thing to Mihawk niggas that echo the same sentiment as well. The whole Black Blade shit makes you stronger than any other swordsman in the history of One Piece, right? I say the same thing that I would say to a Shanks guy that thinks he's stronger than Mihawk. Bro, like, this shit is not proven in the story. Like, you're going off a vibe, right, based off the idea that a Black Blade will be a power-up for Zoro. That it is a rare thing. That it is tied to your Haki. But just because it is all those things that are true, doesn't therefore mean that Mihawk is now above any other swordsman in the history of One Piece. It doesn't therefore mean that. And there's things in the story currently that present other characters that don't have a Black Blade as stronger than him and his caliber of characters at the moment. Mihawk literally has a former rival in Shanks that doesn't have a Black Blade. Shanks, to this day, is still considered a Mihawk rival. If you look at, like, I can find statements where Shanks' sword skill rivals Mihawk. But how's that the case? Mihawk has a Black Blade. Well, maybe that statement's bullshit. I don't know, like, they're still considered rivals. In the grand scheme of things, that's their relationship. They were former rivals, right? Or whatever. But, like, the fact of the matter is, this is not a proven thing at the moment. So you can go off your vibe, don't present it as if it's true. And when it is presented as it's true, then fair enough. I'll shake your hand on it. I have no problem with saying that. So I feel like the problem's on both sides. But it depends on the topic. I feel like the Shanks guys, they're not being honest with the fact that Shanks is a swordsman, and that's all he's shown to be currently. That is where his strength comes from, his swordsmanship. And they're not comfortable with saying that at the moment, Mihawk is stated to be stronger than what Shanks has presented currently, full stop. They're not comfortable with saying that. They're not comfortable with saying that I feel differently from what's stated. I can't prove it. I'm not going to argue that and make it seem as though it's true, because the current evidence at the moment, for now, presents Mihawk as stronger. They're not comfortable with doing that. The same way the Mihawk niggas on the other extreme are not comfortable with saying, some of them at least, right, that Mihawk currently at the moment has not been portrayed to separate himself from other top tiers like a Whitebeard in his prime, or Roger, a Zebek, a dummy reverse Zebek, to put it even further, right? Mihawk has not been portrayed to be above those guys currently despite having a black blade, which is a rare thing that's tied to Haki XY and XYZ, right? But I feel that way, and maybe that will be true, but currently I will not take that as true. They're not comfortable. Both sides are not comfortable with saying that. And that's the kind of the problem in this conversation. You can't have good faith conversations or whatever when these are the parameters that we're dealing with. Prince in the chat says, if you're an OG One Piece reader, the original manga introduction of Mihawk, when he spoke to Luffy, told him that he held the ultimate power in the world when talking about surpassing him. He then said that Luffy's ambition was more difficult than Luffy. He then said that Luffy's ambition was more difficult when Luffy answered him, but nothing referencing strength. So I always took that as Mihawk is the pinnacle of power, nothing to do with being a swordsman. I guess when Mihawk first popped up, like relative to what we had seen, like, you know, even Mihawk's speech or like the oath that he was taking, I'll stand at the very top of the world. Like, you could have come away with thinking that Mihawk was strongest at that point. I wouldn't even be mad at that. But that's because we hadn't seen Whitebeard yet, and we hadn't really seen like any other characters yet. Maybe you would give an exception to like Roger because he had just died. Like, he's, you know what I mean, like chapter 1, he's the pirate king. Maybe you would give an exception to him. But that's just like only 50 chapters within the story, you know. But I could see people saying that at that time. Nothing really wrong with that.
And how people interpret things. So let's say Roger had a black blade, or Rox had a black blade, and someone like Odin had a black blade. Or let's say Roger and Rox specifically. I think Mihawk would be championed even more. It would not be far-fetched to put him over Shanks, considering who else had it. It's almost like a group and association, and because Mihawk is by himself, a lot of people are wary of jumping on the bandwagon.
I agree with this point. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't say Shanks is stronger than Mihawk if Roger and Zebek had black blades and Whitebeard had a black blade. Like, I feel that to be true as well, honestly. But I don't think it needs to be that. Like, in this hypothetical, I would say, yeah, I feel like the popular sentiment would be that Mihawk would be stronger than Shanks in that case. But genuinely, like, this hypothetical doesn't need to be in reality for it to be reality anyway. But honestly, it doesn't. But
And putting him over those legends, even though that might be true, even though he might be just better overall than all of these people. But you got to understand how crazy a jump it is, considering just what it means. I do think, again, Oda plays into this. We had the conversation with King, and as far as is he a swordsman, we have Mihawk's reveal where it mentions sword skill, but again, translations, that somewhat changes things. Where Oda could dispel this by just saying Mihawk, he has this bounty, and this guy he's stronger than Shanks. But Oda would never do that. Honestly, the argument for Shanks is just about feeling. It's just about how the story has portrayed Shanks. And I think there's no question, the story has portrayed Shanks to be stronger than Mihawk. That's just Shanks' portrayal. And some people value that more than a technicality that Oda question never do that. Honestly, the argument for Shanks is just about feeling. It's just about how the story has portrayed Shanks. And I think there's no question, the story has portrayed Shanks to be stronger than Mihawk. That's just Shanks'
okay. Oh my god. Cool. So I was with him for that first bit. The argument for Shanks is just based on a feeling. And then he said portrayed. Oh my goodness. Like, define portrayal. This is some of the most annoying shit. Like, fuck. Oh, come on. My goodness, bro. Cool. Definition of portrayal. A depiction. Let me just put this on the screen. My goodness. Bro. Like, A depiction of someone or something in a work of art or literature. Okay. Let's use Merriam-Webster. Let's see what they say. The act or process or an instance. Bro, come on, bro. That's not what I'm asking. Don't tell. Bro, if this. Cool. To make a picture of. Okay. To describe in a particular way. I feel like this is the definition that most people refer to when they say portrayal. To describe in a particular way. Okay. Let's look at another definition. Cambridge Dictionary. The way that someone or something is described or represented in a painting. Bro, reject, bro, what the fuck? Portrayal. The way that someone or something is described or represented in a painting, film, book, or other artistic work. The way that someone or something is described or represented in a painting, film, book, or other artistic work. Okay, cool. Do I have to say the definition one more time? I feel like this is the best definition for what we're talking about. Okay, let me go to... I'm going to keep the definition there for you guys to see that, yeah? Cool. My goodness. Bro, what's wrong with this? Oh my goodness. Fuck, man. Here we go. Cool. One more time. Portrayal. The way that someone or something is described or represented in a painting, film, book, or other artistic work. Alright. Cool. So we have that. And we have this. Cool. The world's strongest swordsman. Okay. That's Mihawk's title, right? So he's stronger than other swordsmen. Okay. The way that someone or something is described. Described. Okay, so how is Mihawk described? He's described as the world's strongest swordsman. This is the problem I have with this, like, portrayal nonsense. Honestly. A feeling is not portrayal. Like, I don't understand why the two is conflated all the time. How you feel is not how something is always portrayed. That's not what portrayal means. That's not what portrayal means, bro. How you feel does not always mean how something is portrayed. Niggas can feel that Naruto is a story that central theme or its biggest theme is about hard work versus talent because of Rock Lee versus Gaara. That's not what's actually portrayed. A lot of people feel that way though. A lot of people. Mistakenly. A lot of people feel that way. But that's not how it's portrayed. it's such it, bro. It's like one of those things that like. It's one of those things where like when I hear it or whatever, I just like roll my eyes and I'm like, bro, I'm like, fuck, like, it's not even worth arguing at this point. You know what I mean? It's not worth arguing. But now I'm here and I get to vent. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm allowed to vent in my stream. You know what I'm saying? I'm allowed to vent here. Okay? It's one of the most mind-numbing things that people do. They make it seem as though a statement like this is not portrayal. Or as if it's not factored into the conversation. What the fuck? My goodness. Oh man.
Portrayal. And some people value that more than a technicality that Oda did. The story has. Honestly, the argument for Shanks is just about feeling. It's just about how the story has portrayed Shanks. And I think there's no question the story has portrayed Shanks to be stronger than Mihawk. That's just Shanks' portrayal. And some people value that more than a technicality that Oda does not clear up. So his swordsmanship, the breadth of all things, what it means, it's not going to change anything. Because people are going to consistently find loopholes and ways to justify how they feel. Here's the bottom line. And here's how I honestly feel about it. If Mihawk
Portrayal is not feeling. I'm so sorry. It's just not a feeling. Portrayal is not feel. It's your feelings can be wrong. How you feel and your interpretation of a story based off your feeling can be wrong. And that goes for everybody. That goes for everybody. How you felt about a certain media can be wrong. People felt like Paul Atreides in Dune is supposed to be a good guy that you're supposed to like root for or whatever. The director and the writer came out and said you're supposed to see him in a negative light. Now you can say at times writers don't perfectly or portray things the best way. Fair enough. That's a whole separate conversation, and I feel like Braga kind of alluded to it anyway, where he feels like it's not that clear in this particular context what we're talking about here. But the Paul Atreides one, I feel like it's a popular movie. A lot of people have watched it. I feel like people can understand what I'm saying, right? In the book, the writer of the movie, the director, he was trying to illustrate Paul being like a bad guy. That was meant to be the portrayal of Paul. People just came across and like felt he was just someone that you could root for. But the story is not meant to portray, it's not trying to portray that. Your feelings were just wrong. Even if you want to say, okay, maybe they just didn't portray that the best, fair enough. But ultimately, it was still wrong. Same way, maybe you don't feel like Oda portrayed it well enough. But your feeling is still wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, Wallace, that because you watched Dune, you know what I'm saying is facts. You know what I'm saying? I'll be so real. Paul Atreides, he's got aura. So I can give a fuck what the author said. I can give a fuck about the book. I can give a fuck about the writer. He's got aura. Shanks, he has aura. Fair enough. But that's just me about liking Paul Atreides. I like Shanks. But I'm not going to go ahead and say, oh, that Paul Atreides was a fucking good guy. Because the main character that we're watching the story through his lens. Even though he's meant to be like a bad guy. That we're not supposed to see him doing things. Like, we're not supposed to interpret what he's doing as a positive thing at the end of the day. My goodness, man.
story has portrayed Shanks to be stronger than Mihawk. That's just Shanks' portrayal. And some people value that more than a technicality that Oda does not clear up. So his swordsmanship, the breadth of all things, what it means, it's not going to change anything. Because people are going to consistently find loopholes and ways to justify how they feel. Here's the bottom line, and here's how I honestly feel about it. If Mihawk fought Shanks today, in the One Piece world, Mihawk would win. Not necessarily because of Mihawk, not necessarily because of Shanks, but because of what Mihawk means to the story and what Zoro means to the story. And Oda, I think that technicality never gets cleared up, even if Shanks is stronger, because Oda does not want to downplay Zoro's dream. Oda cannot downplay Zoro's dream. However, this is the exact reason why Oda would never let Shanks fight fight Mihawk, because that would be against Oda's pen. Oda likes nuance. World's strongest swordsman, world's strongest creature, world's strongest man. Who is the strongest? Who knows? The whole point of the nuance is to continue the conversation. It's for fans to make a decision based on how they feel. Through technicality, through portrayal, through feeling, through black blades. And so ultimately, this conversation is never going to end. I don't think it even gets cleared up by the end of the story. So Rox D. Zabek's swordsmanship, what does it do? You could argue that this is the nail in the coffin, where it is saying Rox D. Zabek's swordsmanship, even though it's a blast and not a precision cut or anything, this is peak swordsmanship that he has, and therefore you cannot separate what swordsmanship is from hockey. They are intertwined. But the portrayal of Shanks is massive. The distinction that Oda makes about Mihawk being the strongest swordsman in the world, it takes away from the overall point of Mihawk being the strongest, that he could be labeled as such. Ultimately, I still feel like Shanks is stronger. I feel like this is the nuance that Oda feeds into. I feel like Mihawk's title does not really change things with how fans feel about the series and how fans feel about Shanks. Could my mind change tomorrow? Probably. But for a lot of things in One Piece, it's not a decision made off of technicalities. It's made off of feeling, portrayal, how the story makes you feel. And honestly, at this point, I feel like Shanks is stronger. I think honestly for Mihawk, it's been a build-up. Just like I asked people who feel like Mihawk is stronger now, they had to grow into it. That's kind of how a lot of people felt about Mihawk even after Marineford. You felt like Mihawk was strong, but even with the showings against Feasta and Crocodile, and even not killing Luffy, people downplayed Mihawk's strength. As time has passed, Mihawk has lived up to his title, and people have come around on the character. And I feel like it'll be the same way with Black.
Bro, where's that video? Bro, I watched the wrong video. This is not the video where this nigga was saying about Oda created a divide between swordsman skill and swordsman strength. Where's that one? I wanted to watch that one. I want something completely different, bro. I was thinking... Fuck. Oh my god. I was waiting for that. But he didn't. Oh man. I want something completely different. But I feel like this is a better video, honestly. This is a better video to engage with, honestly.
Blades and even his overall strength. Maybe once it's confirmed that he has conquerors or what a black blade is, that could sway a lot of people over to Mihawk's side, and it could make that decision for them. As of right now, I think it's still really split. I think more people probably feel like Shanks is strong at this point, but I think the gap is closing. And once it's revealed what a black blade actually is, I think it could get scary for a lot of Shanks fans. Ultimately, this doesn't matter. I feel like a lot of people are asking my stance on swordsmanship because of how big the noise got in the community, but it's really still the same. Mihawk is the strongest by technicality and in name, but I still feel like Shanks is stronger. And I like the character a little more, so it's biased there. I have a right to that. But guys, give me your thoughts. How do you feel about swordsmanship? How do you feel about Mihawk versus Shanks?
Oh my goodness. Like, I feel like, okay, you know what? This video wasn't that bad. I mean, it's actually not. Because ultimately, the conclusion to what he's saying, even though he used portrayal in a mind-numbing way, right? Ultimately, if I'm not being a dickhead, and I'm just trying to hear him out, and I hear what he's saying. Okay, he feels like he feels that Shanks is stronger due to his presence and how he's moved in the story, and he's okay with looking past technicalities for now that may suggest Mihawk is stronger than him. Okay, fair enough. If that's how you feel, just don't debate it. That's my main thing, right? You can feel that he's stronger, right? But don't stand on it as something that you're willing to stand on. You see what I'm saying? Like that. This is the thing. This is the thing, right? And we're coming to that time of year where you're gonna see all these YouTubers. They're gonna do their own top 30s or whatever, right? I think even Morge did one like yesterday or whatever, right? And you know they're gonna like rank characters based on strength, strongest to weakest, whatever, top 30, whatever, right? And they're not just gonna be ranking characters based on who they like, what are they? Like, there's gonna be reasons why they have certain characters in certain positions. Right? That's what power scaling is. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. So now, if you do one of those lists, right, and you have Shanks over Mihawk, right, you better give me the same energy and the same way you would argue that, the same way you would argue why Katakuri is stronger than Doflamingo. If you can't give me that argumentation in the same sort of way, then don't even label that as a position. Like preface the position as something. Look, I'm not saying this is something that's based on fact. This is just how I feel based on XYZ reason. I know it might be contradictory to what's currently stated, but that's just how I feel. We'll see how the story ends. Cool. If you want to preface by saying I'm not going to argue with it, go ahead. Because there's nothing to argue. There's nothing to argue as long as you've acknowledged it. But if you wanna like stand on that position the same way that you would stand on the position of Katakuri being stronger than Doflamingo, if it's gonna be that sort of thing, you're 100% convinced, type shit, or 90% convinced, you better give me some solid reasoning, man. I'm gonna ask you why, and you can't fault me for asking you why. You can't fault me that. You can't fault anyone for asking you why, and you can't give me this shit. I'm sorry, you can't give me what you just said in this video. I'm so sorry. You can't. because it's coming from a completely different lens. It's coming from a completely different lens. You can't come from just a casual conversation talking point to I wouldn't even call it debate. It's not really like a formal debate or anything crazy. But you can't come from it from an argumentative lens. You can't address that shit on like an argumentative lens. Because now when we start to really, you know what I'm saying, like, sharpen blades with argumentation, he's told on himself he doesn't have an argument. He don't have no argument. He knows that shit. At least he knew that at the time of this video. I don't know about now. I'll speak to the nigga, bro. Where's the other one, bro? I thought it was this one. Fuck, man. Did he delete that video? Please tell me he didn't delete it. Please. Or was it at the beginning of the video and I just skipped it? Let me see, actually. Nah, man, I didn't skip shit. I heard him out from start to finish, pretty much. I just skipped the sponsor. Oh man. Oh man. Someone find me that video, bro. I want to watch that video. I want to see, because this one is not too bad. Like, look, this was just an opinionated video. And they made a video saying this is how I feel. Like, he addressed how people feel in the community. He addressed how people that he speaks to felt. Fair enough, man. Like, honestly, like, have at it. Like, that's totally fine. I don't even have an issue with that, genuinely. It was never a conversation to begin with. Kaido said Scabbard's sword skills are nothing like Odin's, even though they copied Odin's sword style. Why is it less skillful? Could the answer be Haki? They must have forgotten to twirl their swords, their sword at a 60-degree angle while doing backflips midair. Oh man, and you know the funniest part is, this guy, bro, he has a Shanks profile as well, bro. That's the funniest part about this. This guy literally has a Shanks profile. Oh man, let me actually see what people said. Nah, it was 45 degrees and their legwork was off. Oh man. Oh man. Revisionist history. It has always been stated that Mihawk is... You know what? Low-key, I glossed past when he said that. Revisionist history is crazy. Saying revisionist history is crazy. When did he say that?
Same place that Conqueror's Haki was, where we didn't know exactly what it was. He has a Black Blade. These technicalities. I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think that's interesting for the story. I think the back... understand when it gets into the weeds of power scaling why a lot of people would go deeper and further to prove their point and to prove why Mihawk is stronger, but you cannot completely dismiss the nuance of the story and also how people feel about things, which is, I think, is okay as well. Now for the side of Mihawk, I think there's obviously no dispute. Swordsmanship is clear. He is the pinnacle. So technically, if you own a blade, if you fight primarily using a blade, Mihawk is number one. Of course, I think with Rocks and his swordsmanship, using that as a Mihawk upscale, I think it's hilarious considering that Mihawk wasn't even alive.
Man, I'm not gonna go find that, man. But yeah. I recall him saying that. The nigga quoted it. Revisionist history is crazy. How can you say revisionist history on something that was said chapter 50, bro? That guy already didn't even write as much as he's ended up writing as of today. Revisionist history is crazy. That is crazy, bro. Revisionist history would be some shit like, oh, if we didn't know about Mihawk's title until maybe like chapter 800, and everyone felt that Shanks was stronger than Mihawk up until this point, and then now people are looking back in the story saying, oh yeah, actually this is how we always felt. That's revisionist history. You see what I'm saying? But no, bro, revisionist history for something like this is crazy. Prince says Braga only says what he says about Mihawk vs Shanks because of what it means for Zoro in comparison to Luffy. He's done it for years. Yeah, but I think, look, I think the Luffy and Zoro side of how it enters the conversation, it shouldn't be in the conversation in the first place. That's the problem. Like, I feel like with the Luffy and Zoro part of it, I guess the conflation is that okay, for Zoro's end goal, his end goal is surpassing Mihawk, right? The conflation here is to say that like Luffy would have a greater goal than Zoro, right? And that goal, what they say is Shanks, but it's not Shanks. That's the problem. It's a goal, yes, it's a goal, but he's trying to become Pirate King, which will inherently surpass Shanks. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit different. He's trying to surpass Roger. He's trying to become the next Roger. So by becoming the next Roger, he has surpassed Shanks. In the same way that by becoming Pirate King, he's also surpassed Mihawk. If anything, Luffy's dream is just above both of these dreams. Luffy will get to a higher end goal of strength than both Mihawk and Shanks anyway. So it's kind of like the argument kind of falls flat on its face from its premise. The premise of it is not even true in of itself. That's kind of the problem. And I think a lot of the conversation I think a lot of the arguments and the feeling around Shanks being stronger than Mihawk, it comes from false pretenses. It's all from false pretenses. Literally. That's all it is. And that's a big example that you're constantly, like, I used to constantly hear that. Now people say different things because old arguments kind of get stale, but they'll pop up here and there, but it's just a stale argument, and people know, and that's the thing, right? People know the counter to it because they know the counter to it is true, but they still say it anyway for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't even know why people say that. If they know it's not true, I don't know why people say it. I want to know, bro. I want to know where that Zoro that rocks. Sorry. Oh man. Where was I? Yeah, but like, for those that know it's true, I don't know why they bring it up in the first place, honestly. But man, I want to see, bro. I want to find this fucking, because that shit is what, bro. People put Braga through the ringer because of that shit, man. That shit was dark. I can't lie, it was dark. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this, man. Please tell me he didn't delete it. Please don't tell me he deleted that shit. Oh my god, that's a bad look if he deleted that shit. Is it in some sort of review? I don't know, man. Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Hold on. No, I don't think it is. Oh, man. Nah, it's not this one. Hold on. I'm gonna find this shit. Chat. Oh my god. This shit is bothering me. Yo, this guy is rattled me, bro. He's rattled me. I can't lie. Fair play, man. Fair play, he's rattled me. Nah, there's no way he said this shit in the chapter review. There's no way. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find this, man. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, man. What is a pirate king to a god? No. Bro, I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Maybe he put it behind a paywall. No, I don't know. I don't think he done that. I don't think they done that. Princess spot on. They think if they concede Shanks is weaker than Mihawk, then Zoro surpassing Mihawk overlaps with what they think was Luffy's penultimate goal, surpassing Shanks. This is prior to Emu and Blackbeard. Yeah. Fuck, man. Bro, I wanted to see what made niggas so mad, bro. That's what I want to see. Fuck, man. If he unlisted that shit, fair play, man. Fair play. I mean, the damage has already been done, bro. Why does it even matter at this point, bro? The clips are already out. I don't think he done it, man. I don't think he done that. I just can't find it. I just don't know which video it is. Let me try. You know what? Yeah, this is moving mad federal, but fuck it. I'm gonna do some detective work. But was it in that video? Did I just like breeze past it? I don't understand. Like, there's no way. There's no way I just breezed past it and I didn't. Nah. There's no chance. Yes. Just wasn't paying attention at all. You niggas have to help me, man. You guys have to help me. I know you guys have seen this shit. Fuck. Oh, man. Fair play, man. Fair play. Anyway, long story short, like, even though I've gone almost an hour, I could go another hour talk about this shit if I really wanted to. Like, it's a tired conversation, and the reason why it's a tired conversation is because it just comes from bad faith, and it's mainly from one side. And I'm not even saying this just because I think Mihawk is stronger, just to come across as mad bias or whatever. But they know, in their heart of hearts, they know it. Like, Braga told himself. I'd be so real. Braga, the nigga, told himself. The nigga knows, and he's saying technicality to kind of lessen the blow, to make it seem as though like you'd have to do a bit of reaching to really sell that technicality off as something that's true. But it's not a technicality in the sense of someone having like a greater feat than someone else, even though that other person hasn't really shown their full power to really like present themselves as stronger than that person because of the way that they're portrayed so far. It's not really like it's not really an example of something like that yet. I'll be so honest, like, you know, that's the problem with this conversation. But it's just making me mad that I can't find this shit. I'm getting aggravated. No, anyway, I'm gonna call it a night. Appreciate everyone that pulled up and stayed to the end. Honestly, unfortunately, I couldn't find that. If I find that another day, then I guess I'll speak about it then. Maybe I'll think about something to stream about, talk about in the weekend. Who knows? We don't have a chapter this week, so following week, fair enough, we'll get one. If I could find this, I would currently stream, but honestly, I'm tired, man. Tired. So I appreciate what I pulled up and stay to the end. Join the Discord, the link to which is in the description. Join the Discord, I'll be there anyway. Alright, I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Take care of yourselves.